Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
Huh? It's a house!
You know, that's just one step above stupid. 5 brain cells, 4 aren't working.
I'm tired of it, 10 down.
Did you hear what I said? Come on, man. What's wrong with you? There's mosquitoes the size of bald eagles in that dadgum swamp.
Huh?
That's on the screen because I was rendering out the video that I'll put out later for the people to watch, condensed down. I didn't speed it up though. It's only like less than 4 hours. It sounds better. Waiting for it to, it's not 100, but it's not let's see. Adobe. Well, I guess that was just the display, not Adobe. Well, how's it going, everybody? Like there's a lot of updates. Candace Owens went nuts again. She's crazy. Now she's blaming Pierre DuPont. Yeah, somehow the DuPont family needed to take Charlie Kirk out. She's crazy. I mean, she's like a paranoid delusional, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what to say. It's really weird. All right, let's see. I did just before the show. I went on Twitter and I saw the comments. Let me get rid of all this. Let's see. Gotta open up Google Earth. I had to install an update on Windows here, so things aren't quite. But, you know, like every other show, you guys, if you're out there and you feel like you can support the channel, that would be great. We're already kind of behind the 8 ball, as it were, from last night. See if we can maybe have a decent night tonight. Who knows? All right, so, yeah, you guys have heard of Tim Pool, right? He's got another big YouTube channel, social media. You know, sort of a conservative voice, kind of more independent, really. Hey, thanks, Richard Watts. It said, I received information last night. This is Candace Owens. And, I mean, this is just 13 hours ago. I'm not sure what the hell, you know, what's going on here with this. Yeah, let me try to make this work better. There we go. She said, I received information last night that put the final pieces together for me, or whatever the hell, pieces together for me. I now can say with full confidence that I believe Charlie Kirk was betrayed, because I had that really special dream, and I wanted to be like Charlie because he had dreams too, and he was betrayed by the leadership of Turning Point USA and some of the very people who eulogized him on stage. Yes, I'll be naming names and providing evidence for my claims. And I am making a personal plea to every well-meaning person who donated to this godforsaken organization to request a refund. You were lied to, and leadership knew. And then Tim Pool wrote almost exactly the same words, but differently. He said, I received information this morning to put the final pieces together for me. I now can say with full confidence that I believe Charlie Kirk was betrayed by Candace Owens and some of the very people who claimed to be his friends. Probably meant to put an S at the end. Yes, or wait, I think it should have said the very person who claimed to be his friend, and not some of the very people. And if he's talking about Candace, it should say Charlie Kirk was betrayed by Candace Owens, one of the very people who claimed to be his friend, something like that. Hey, thank you, Common Sense. Yes, I'll be naming names and providing evidence for my claims. And I am making a personal plea to every well-meaning person who donated to Turning Point USA to say thank you. You were lied to, and Candace knew, it says. Well, now I'm interested to see what Tim Pool has. Maybe he just was mocking her because it's basically the same words back and forth, but maybe he has something. Don't know. Hey, thanks, Tracy and Common Sense. Oh, yeah, I got to put hold on a second. All right. Does it work if I... Oh, yeah, there we go. I'll always support your channel. Great, thank you. Well, thanks for saying that. Appreciate it. Anyways, it's weird when you watch her. She doesn't seem crazy. That's what's so scary about it, is her ability to convince people because she sounds rational, but you just know what she's saying is absolutely ludicrous. Right? So you got that. That's just something I saw right before I came on. All right, the Rebecca Park case. So here's my little org chart thing here. You got the stepfather, Brad. You got the mother, Courtney Bartholomew. And then Courtney's daughter, Rebecca, and another daughter named Kimberly. And then... yeah, it's mocking, but I'm wondering if he has something too. He wasn't a very good mocking post because he should have changed the words a little bit differently. Because he implied himself that some of the people at Turning Point were, turned on Charlie too. Okay, and I think what he meant to say was something else. So, anyways, we got right here. This is the sister, Kimberly Park, of Rebecca. They're sisters. And then Rebecca had a boyfriend named Richard Fowler. Apparently, these two, Courtney dated Richard Fowler, too, at some point. And here's a picture of them together driving around. Yeah, she looks better in this one than that picture. Then this is Brad Bartholomew, the husband of the stepfather of Rebecca and the new husband of Courtney. And all four of these people on the outer perimeter here have been arrested. So I got a hold of the clerk of courts over there, and I'm going to be trying to get the probable cause documents. That's what'll be incredibly interesting in these, because they obviously have other information that, you know, we're not seeing any of that. We're just seeing the charges, etc. Oh yeah, that was the courts. So got that. And these are ones from today. Apparently they went in to be arraigned, but then the judge actually set it back until the probable cause was produced. Yeah, I'm already. You're talking about Kepner. I'm already doing that one. Yeah, we don't. I don't know if we're going to get the Kepner document. The 16-year-old, you mean? The stepkid? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Rebecca Park has been found dead, according to her family, who reported that the 22-year-old was located November 25th after she had been missing for 21 days. This is back. This article's from, well, it's updated today, so let's see where the update is. Let me just not do this one because it's too much of a recap. I think it's this one right here. Courtney and Brad Bartholomew, biological mother and stepfather of Rebecca Park, are each facing 8 charges each, including murder in the first degree, torture. I mean, this is nuts. So what's going to... And assault of a pregnant individual. The two appeared Tuesday in Wexford County's 84th District Court after Monday's hearing was delayed, with both held without bond due to the seriousness of the case. Brad Bartholomew charges count 1, commit offensive homicide murder in first degree, alleged committed the offense of homicide felony murder, punishable for the life and DNA taken upon arrest. What does that mean? Offensive homicide felony murder, punishable for the life. I don't what the hell does that even mean? And then DNA taken upon arrest. And then count 3, alleged committed offense of torture, punishable to life. Oh, I guess I'm supposed to just say punishable to life. The word for probably shouldn't be there. Count 4, alleged committed offense, conspiracy to get torture. Conspiracy to get torture? What do you mean? Up to life and $10,000. Alleged committed offense of assault of a pregnant individual or potentially causing miscarriage of a stillborn, punishable to life. Count 6, committed offense, conspiracy to commit assault from an individual intentionally causing miscarriage or stillbirth, chronicled by life or any time of years and or... God, what does that mean? Who's writing this stuff? Intentionally causing miscarriage or stillbirth, chronicled by life or any time of years. I don't know who wrote this part here. You know, that doesn't even make any sense, does it? Count 7, alleged committed the offense of unlawful imprisonment up to 15 years. Count 8, committed offense of dead bodies removing without medical examiner's permission. Right, well, that means you're inventing something. Wait, what is this?
2 family members of Rebecca's today.
Live from the West. What was the atmosphere like inside that courtroom today?
Well, Melissa and Mark, the courtroom was packed with unity. all hopeful to find answers on this month-long case, but many left that courtroom today heartbroken. The graphic details laid out by the prosecuting attorney describing what investigators say led to the death of Rebecca Park and her baby. The accused, Rebecca's biological mom, Courtney Bartholomew, and stepdad, Brad Bartholomew.
They brought Rebecca Park to their home. They forced her into a vehicle and took her into the woods where they stabbed her, forced her to lie on the ground while they cut her baby out of her, ultimately causing her death and the death of the baby.
Oh, Jesus, you gotta be kidding me.
Courtroom was filled with the same people who desperately searched for Rebecca after she was reported missing 1 month ago.
So is there, does anybody have the recording of that hearing? I'd like to hear the whole thing. Courtney... Okay. I don't know. Is this it right here, maybe? This is today.
These two individuals created a plan, conducted research. Ms. Bartholomew brought Rebecca to their home. They forced her into another vehicle and took her into the woods where they stabbed her, forced her to lie on the ground while they cut her baby out, and ultimately caused her death and the death of the baby. They then left Rebecca in the woods.
So they stabbed her and then made her go to the ground? It seems like they would have had her get on the ground and then stab her.
This is, frankly, evil personified, and I would ask the court to hold her without bond. Again, this is a case of premeditated torture and murder. These two individuals created a plan, conducted research.
Maybe that's the torture, the stabbing first.
Ms. Bartholomew brought Rebecca to their home. They forced her into another vehicle and took her into the woods where they stabbed her, forced her to lie on the ground while they cut her baby out, and ultimately caused her death and the death of the baby. They then left Rebecca in the woods. This is,
and what they,
frankly, evil personified, and I would ask the court to hold her without bond.
That's absolutely insane, right there. All right, you guys, any chance we can have a smoother night tonight where you guys are helping support the channel? If you like my channel and you want to see it still existing, I appreciate your guys' support. You guys are all I have during the shows that bring in the revenue. There is no ad revenue. There's nothing. So if you have the ability to, that would be great. Well, I just played it, Cindy, so... Jesus. Remind me of another one we used to have here. Let's see. Her own mom and stepdad did this to her. Yeah. That was Those People Are Monsters is too good of a name. An autopsy confirmed the body found November 25th in Manistee National... I mean, the body was found near the mother's house. And apparently she was like invited over there and then taken to the woods, stabbed, made to lay down, and then they cut the baby out. Now, how do they know the particular order? I mean, maybe they found the location and the blood pattern. I don't know. Not sure. Let's see, what date is this one? This is from yesterday. Authorities in Michigan confirmed that the body of a woman found in Manatee National Forest on November 25th is that of Rebecca Park, the pregnant woman who went missing earlier this month. Officials are continuing search efforts after an autopsy found that Park was no longer pregnant with the baby she was due to deliver 3 days before her body was found. On Sunday night, Park's mother and stepfather were booked into custody. I think that there's no way that baby was dead when I think it was alive, and they did something to it. And by the way, why did they cut? You know what I'm actually thinking, you guys? I have a theory that I came up with today. I'm just wondering, like, I bet the why is bugging me. Why would you do this? And so what if she's pregnant with his kid? Like, Rebecca was actually pregnant with... I mean, I just don't understand doing this. Makes no sense at all. So it makes you wonder if she and maybe this guy were... You know, she was pregnant with his baby or something, because that would give a reason for the mother to want to terminate it, and then maybe they thought, oh, he's going to have to owe child support once they figure out that. But then why is this guy involved? I don't know, man. It just doesn't really make a lot of sense. What do you guys think? Because all four of the sister, the mother, and the stepdad, and her boyfriend are all involved. Why would the sister, or you know, it's just weird. I mean, why would the sister do something to your own sister? That's what I'm saying. You kill and then remove the body so that you can't find out, you know, whose DNA was it. And so it might be that it was not his, because why would he care? He's a fiance, right? So why would he care if she was pregnant and having a baby? And then why would this guy care? And why would the mother care? You know, so it seems like there's something else. There's something missing from the story. You know, it's like, but then you'd say, well, why would this? I don't know. Can you guys come up with anything? This one's weird. I just don't understand. I don't understand why the mother and her sister would want to kill her. And then even the boyfriend and the stepdad. Like, what in the hell's going on here? It's really pretty bizarre. Now, the discovery of Park's body came after a week-long search to locate the missing mother-to-be, who was last seen shortly before midnight on November 3rd at her mother's home in Boone Township, about 100 miles north of Grand Rapids. Search efforts are still ongoing. However, the Wexford County Sheriff Trent Taylor, revealing a statement that Park's autopsy also revealed that she was no longer pregnant. Park had been 38 weeks pregnant when she went missing, and her body was discovered 3 days after she was due to give birth. The Wexford County Sheriff's Office, along with multiple law enforcement agencies, is working diligently to determine the condition and potential whereabouts of the baby, Sheriff Taylor said. Because this is an active and ongoing investigation, the information that can be released is extremely limited at this time. The WCSO also confirmed that 2 individuals linked to the case had been arrested late Sunday night, which is when Park's mother and stepfather were taken into custody. Courtney Bartholomew, 40. I mean, it's weird how young everybody is, you know. Courtney Bartholomew, 40, was arrested and booked into Wexford County Jail And fiance Bradley Bartholomew, 47, was booked into custody, according to jail records. A court appearance for the pair initially scheduled for Monday is now set to take place on Tuesday, December 2nd. And then I guess they delayed it today, too. So even though the prosecutor read that, it seems like they're delaying it again. Deputies would not say, however, if the people were the... let's see. A court appearance for the pair initially scheduled for Monday is now set to take place on December 2nd, which I think it's been delayed again. Deputies would not say, however, if the couple were the two individuals the agency had arrested in connection with Park's death. There was also no word on whether or not the recent arrest of Park's fiancée and sister are in any way related to the death. Kimberly Park, 21, and Richard Fowler, 43, are also being held at the Wexford County Jail ever since their arrest last week. Just hours after the discovery of Park's body, Kimberly was arrested and booked into custody at the Wexford County Jail in the early morning hours of November 26. She appeared in court later that same day and was arraigned in charges of tampering with evidence, lying to a police officer, and filing a false report, according to records obtained by People. Her bail is currently at $750,000. Okay, that's from today. At the time after Rebecca was reported missing, her biological mother, Courtney Bartholomew, claimed it was after running errands with her. She also claimed Park got into a black vehicle with an unknown driver. According to court records, it is alleged that on November 3rd, together Courtney and her husband Bradley Bartholomew lured Park, who was approximately 38 weeks pregnant at the time, to their Wexford County home. That's what we just heard. Why, though? Then the couple allegedly tortured Park in an attempt to remove the unborn infant, resulting in the death of both. Bradley Bartholomew... So do they intend to remove the baby alive to then sell it or something? I mean, I just think that's crazy. I mean, if that's really the answer. The couple then allegedly tortured Park in an attempt to remove the unborn infant. Bradley Bartholomew has no biological relation to Park. Right. Except, how do we know that the baby wasn't his? After an extensive search, Park's remains were found in the Manatee National Forest on November 25th. According to Park's father, in a November 25th statement, he was the person who found her both with a search party while he was out looking for her on a 2-track near the mother's home in Boone Township. But again, you guys, if you're out there, if you could please help support the channel, I would appreciate it. We're still, right now we're at 1/20th of a nightly goal. And getting nervous about the channel in general. Really struggling. So the counts look like they're pretty similar to both. 1 count of first-degree murder, 1 count of felony murder, 1 count of torture, 1 count of conspiracy to commit torture, 1 count of assault on a pregnant individual intentionally causing a miscarriage, 1 count of conspiracy to commit assault on a pregnant individual intentionally causing a miscarriage. Okay, conspiracy. Okay. And then 1 count of unlawful imprisonment, 1 count of removing dead bodies without a medical examiner's permission. Courtney Bartholomew was denied bond. At a December 2nd arraignment, Bradley Bartholomew, Courtney's husband, was charged with the following accounts. But they decided to change this. 1 count first-degree murder, 1 count of felony murder. That's the same things. Rebecca had eventually had everything to live for, and our hearts are with her loved ones, and they endure this as they endure this unthinkable loss. Michigan Attorney General Dana Nelson said, "We are committed to working alongside the Wexford County Prosecuting Attorney's Office to ensure justice is pursued in this tragic case without delay. This case involves a truly horrific homicide in which a young woman and the unborn child endured unimaginable suffering at the hands of the defendants," said Wexford County Prosecutor Joanna Carey. "The brutality and disregard for human life displayed here are deeply troubling. While these remain allegations until proven in court, the evidence reflects an extraordinary level of callousness and violence. We look forward to presenting the full facts in court. If convicted, the first 2 counts, first-degree murder, premeditated, and felony murder, are punishable by life in prison without parole." Yeah. Well, there you have it. I'm trying to get the probable cause document. Man, it's just so amazing. We just sort of it's so hard in here now. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out why are these 4 concerned about. I mean, these 2 are apparently like about to gonna get married or something. So why would he be involved in killing it? Maybe he got her pregnant on purpose. And this is a long-term scheme. I don't know. Hey, Dana Dane, how's it going? All right, well, that's all I got on this. That's just disgusting. I wonder what the probable cause, though, is probably going to go into details on like how they know this, etc. Yeah, and then Anna Kepner, you know, the girl on the boat, the ship that you know, the 16-year-old stepbrother likely killed her. You know, that's what. I mean, the FBI is still looking into it. I'm not sure what the hell's taking them so long. It's really a pretty obvious case. Maybe it's they weren't able to get whatever proves it. Yeah, well, that's why the felony murder charges are in there. They use those a lot to use as leverage. Now let me read this part first. The father of Florida teen who died aboard a cruise ship evaded officials seeking to slap him with a subpoena ahead of a court battle for custody over his stepkids. So he's hiding. Christopher Kepner, Kepner's daughter, Anna Kepner, 18, was found. Christopher Kepner's daughter, Anna Kepner, 18, was found dead last month aboard a Carnival ship while on a family vacation. She was found wrapped in a blanket and stuffed under a bed in her cabin, which she shared with her stepbrother, 16. While nobody has yet to be identified as a suspect, it emerged last month that the FBI is probing the boy as a suspect. The details that have emerged in the family court of Christopher wife's Chantel and her ex Thomas Hudson battle it over their children. The details of that emerged in family court as Christopher's wife Chantel and her ex Thomas Hudson battled it over their children. Battled it. What in the hell are these? The writing in these things? It's crazy. Hudson has asked a judge to give him custody of their daughter, arguing that Chantel parenting has put their son's future in jeopardy. Yeah, that's when I read that, I was like, I think that means that they knew that there was something. I mean, why would taking kids on a cruise put anybody's life in jeopardy? That means that you knew that there was something with the 16-year-old stepbrother and her. We need to get somebody to do some challenges in the chat, you guys. We're really struggling tonight. Any chance you freaks out there can say, yes, Gray, your channel's worth saving. Let's get the support going, because we didn't make the goal last night, and we're having another night just like that. Hey, welcome, Sheila. That would be awesome. Christopher was ordered to testify in court on December 5th over the dispute, but a process server ruled he was unreachable to be directly handed a subpoena. I mean, so what? I mean, maybe he just wasn't home. Do people just sit around at home thinking, well, if I get served today, I sure as hell want to be here? I mean, I'm just saying, why does it matter that he was? I mean, this is stupid. Let's see. Service method. Others delivered the subpoena for hearing for Christopher Kepner. Let's see. This is the server, his notes about it. 11/28/2025. This process server arrived at the designated location at 10:09 a.m. A SUV vehicle was present in the driveway, which was observed to be running upon approach. The windows of the aforementioned vehicle were heavily tinted, making it difficult to determine if there were any occupants inside. A posted no trespassing sign was posted in the front of the residence, one pickup truck on the side of the driveway. Proceeding to the front entrance, the process server noted the presence of a Ring doorbell camera. An initial knock on the door yielded no response, followed by activation of the Ring device again with no answer. After waiting several minutes, this server returned to her vehicle while passing the running vehicle in the driveway. She inspected both the front and driver's side windows and knocked to ascertain occupancy. The vehicle did not appear to be occupied. This process server contacted the supervisor and provided the license plate information from the vehicle present. Records indicate the vehicle is registered to the witness, Christopher Kepner, at the given address. While stationed at the street, the process server observed the SUV lights and horn activate as though it was being remotely locked. The process server then returned to the front door. Once more, the SUV was checked for occupants, but none were observed. Additional knocks and use of the doorbell also received no answer. The process server identified herself audibly as a process server, clarifying that she was neither press nor law enforcement, and displayed her identification badge for the camera while stepping back to ensure visibility from within the home. No response was forthcoming. She knocked and rang the bell once more, announcing she had a subpoena for Christopher Kepner, specifying an appearance date of December 5th, 2025. Yeah, but why wouldn't the father, if he's the one that wants, I mean, I'm not really sure what's nefarious here. At 10:29 a.m., this process server left the subpoena under the windshield wiper of the named witness SUV, which remained running in the driveway. This process server subsequently departed the premise. Upon returning at 11:07 a.m., she noted that the SUV was no longer present. A search of the yard and the street revealed that the subpoena was not found. I hereby certify that I am... Okay, so he must have the subpoena then. Let's see. And I guess that's the front of the house. There's the subpoena in the window. I'm just not sure. I mean, obviously, I guess what they're trying to prove is that he has it. I don't know. I just don't understand. He's the dad that said that the mom was being irresponsible. So why is he being served, I guess? The documents first seen by Fox News also indicated that a no trespassing sign was placed on the property. Yeah, well, you just read that. And what's this one? This one's from today, too. Unanswered questions. The FBI has not formally named a suspect in the case. Kepner's 16-year-old stepbrother was identified as a suspect in the cheerleader's death only in unrelated custody battle documents filed by his parents in court. The 16-year-old child is now a suspect in the death of the stepchild during the cruise, court documents filed by the boy's father, Thomas Hudson, read. The boy was briefly taken into custody before being released. Details surrounding the stepbrother's time in custody are unknown, and it's unclear why federal investigators have not filed charges. Yeah, it's just crazy. Kepner's father, Christopher, has been outspoken and critical about wanting justice for his daughter's death. I do not stand behind what my stepson has done. The father, who is married to the boy's mother, Chantel, told People, adding, I want him to face the consequences. The father who's married to... Yeah, okay. He was the only one that was in the room, and the FBI has an ongoing investigation in which they will have to provide the evidence to say that he did it or did not do this. Federal investigators have ruled the death a homicide. However, what remains unknown is what led to Kepner's death. The date of the jury was reportedly listed. The injury was reportedly listed as November 6th, but a time for when Kepner sustained the injury was not recorded, according to ABC. The FBI are reportedly probing several avenues, including whether there have been an altercation between Kepner and her stepbrother. Kepner's ex-boyfriend, Joshua, too, told news outlets that the ex-girlfriend's youngest sibling, who was staying in the same cabin as Kepner and her stepbrother, allegedly heard a violent altercation between the older teenager on the night of November 6th. The young sibling allegedly told, too, that he was locked out of the room and heard yelling and chairs being thrown in the cabin. Heard him yelling at her in a harmful way, like, shut the hell up. Yeah, I think we kind of already gone over all those questions. I mean, it seems so obvious, this case, and it's for some reason, nobody's done anything about it. Hey, thanks for the coffee, Sandy Shirley and Lisa Valenzuela. Appreciate it. You know, I was just going to randomly read the... I found this... I was just looking around on newspapers.com, and I was... You know, I stumbled upon this. I just wanted to read it because it looked like it was really interesting. And there's two different pages. They kept talking about it for a few days, but it just seems so crazy. A barrel was found partially. Look out! It's kind of cool the way the this is from 1896, I think, if you can believe that. Now just listen to this. So, barrel was found partially buried in a swamp. Fishermen opened the cask. It says, investigation led to the discovery of a woman's body cut into blocks. The pieces were packed in mud and beginning to mummify. Whitman, Georgia. Then it says, Wooten and some friends, while fishing yesterday on Mule Creek in the upper part of the county, discovered a barrel buried upright in the mud and containing a human body. The body had been cut into blocks and placed into the barrel, and mud had been thrown in, filling the barrel, which was then headed and buried. Probably the top put on. Wooten and his friends first removed the head of the barrel, removed, the lid, then the dirt, which had formed into a hard cake, and to their horror, beheld a neat plate, that's why it's word, of human hair, or something like that, like plate of human hair about 2 feet in length, soft and black, and eventually belonging to the head of a young white woman. Next, pieces of flesh and clothing were taken out, all in a fairly good state of preservation. The flesh had dried, and the skin had a mummified appearance. The dress was of checked homespun, while there was an underskirt of bleached homespun machine-made. News of the discovery soon spread through the neighborhood, and today hundreds of people have visited the scene and viewed the ghastly remains. The identity of the body and everything connected with it are shrouded in mystery. The swamp in which the body was found is a dense jungle, and the spot where the barrel was unearthed is a mile or more from the house. The neighborhood is thinly settled and about 15 miles from here. No one has been missing, and none of those who have come from the scene can account for the mystery. The news was brought to town by Deputy Sheriff Taylor, who had been up to investigate the case, and his accounts of the matter as the appearance of the body and all the facts are confirmed by others who saw the body today, following so closely upon the famous New York mystery of the murder of Golden Soup and the cutting up of his body. The excitement is intense, they put. That's crazy. I just stumbled upon these, so I kept looking. I'm going to look at, this is a couple days later, the same thing. I just wanted to see what these said. This is in Georgia, by the way. Georgia in like 1896, so it means that they're psychos even back then. Same kind of thing, Whitman, Georgia. July 12th, Jacob Wooten and some friends, while fishing on Mule Creek in the upper part of the county, discovered a barrel buried up right in the mud and containing a human body. The body had been cut into blocks, placed in the barrel, and mud had been thrown in, filling the barrel, which was headed and buried. I think is this the same? Next, pieces of flesh. That seems similar. News of the discovery soon spread. The neighborhood is thinly... the news was brought to town by Deputy Sheriff Taylor, who had been up to investigate. I mean, there's almost no way they could figure out. I couldn't find the answer to it. I mean, it sounds like she had like checkered clothing and undergarments and long black hair, white lady, and was, you know, somehow killed and chopped into cubes and put into a barrel. Crazy, huh? I just stumbled upon that, so I just figured, hey, why not just read it? It's one of those ones probably never got answered, never solved, etc. Right, here's a little bit of a Melodee Buzzard update. Private investigator working on missing girls case has a new theory. So let's see what that is. A private investigator working on Melodee Buzzard's case. Remember, Melodee Buzzard is the 9-year-old that her mother drove from, I think it was like California all the way to through like Utah and Colorado. Yeah, right here. Missing nearly a month. Last seen along Utah-Colorado border. Her and her mom were seen at a car rental place, and she just disappeared. And it seems like it was on the way back, too, from wherever they had gone, because they were seen together. And so, yeah, she's missing, and the mother isn't saying anything. But she told somebody, and then she held that person against their will, giving her another charge. A private investigator working on Melodee Buzzard's case has a new theory about the disappearance. 9-year-old Melodee went missing out of California last month. She was last seen along the Utah-Colorado border. Bill Garcia, a PI, said he's been working with Melodee's aunt on her case since the beginning. I began several days after it was discovered by law enforcement that Melodee was not with her mother. The latest information about the road trip Ashley Buzzard took her daughter on came from a man close to Ashley named Tyler Brewer. I was referred to speak to Tyler, and we spoke for a better part of nearly 2 hours, Garcia said. Brewer, who was recently seen on a national news media, said Ashley left Melodee with a couple she met at the zoo. In listening to the last news interview that he gave with one of the other national stations, I don't remember it quite as much, and have gone back and reflected on our initial conversation and don't see that it meshes exactly correctly as I remember, as we documented. Garcia said that later on, Brewer told him he was having a difficult time remembering what occurred and how it happened. How would that be hard to remember? And as for the story coming from Ashley, we don't know how much of this is real, how much of this is made up, Garcia said. Garcia has his own theory of what happened to Melodee. I suspect that Ashley may actually be involved in some kind of trafficking, whether it's drug trafficking, he said. I don't believe it's human trafficking, but all the elements I've looked at fit the criteria of someone that's going to be transported. So what's going on with the massive lull in here, you guys? Did I do something negative, or I'm just doing the same shows and you guys aren't supporting the channel? It's like I don't know what to do. Can somebody answer the question? It's so I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing anymore. I do the shows, you guys support the channel, and then I do another show. I mean, it's just the way it's been for 6 years. And it's just so hard to see it. Hello, Christopher. Yeah, I don't know why she's not in jail. I mean, it seems like it's similar to some other cases. Like, it's a little bit like Lori Daybell, right? I mean, she got arrested because she didn't provide the location of a child. Remember that? Garcia said that in those types of operations, the transporter, let's see. I suspect that Ashley may actually be involved in some kind of trafficking, whether it be drug trafficking. He said, I don't believe it's human trafficking, but all the elements. Well, then where is she then? I've looked at fit the criteria of someone that's going to be transported. Okay. He said this wasn't Ashley's first trip to the Midwest, and police said she had rented cars before. Garcia said that in those types of operations, the transporter takes the drugs to one location, gets handed money, and is responsible for bringing the money back to the sender. If something has gone wrong, or if for some reason the people receiving the people expecting any kind of funds to come back had any kind of problems with Ashley, they may have asked her for, oh, Jesus, it's so crazy, the writing in some of this shit. Had any kind of problems with Ashley, they may have asked her or may have told her to leave Melodee with someone until she completed the project. Like what is like, you know, you either do this or you're not getting your kid back, something like that. Nobody had any answers for what I just asked a minute ago. Garcia said he is still keeping an eye on the investigation. He asked that anyone with information share it with the police. I do keep hope up that Melodee's out there and that she's alive, he said. I don't know, he's thinking, I don't know. So she's out here like trying to, they're holding her as a ransom. You know, you do this and you get your kid back. That just sounds crazy to me. Are you guys even here? Again? I mean, we're having another night where nobody is typing. Like, Sheila became a channel member about 30 minutes ago, and there's like 8 comments out there. 15. It's just... I don't know, man. What are people watching these days? You know? Like, what are people actually watching? Conspiracy theorists? I mean, what's happening? The devastated son of... I don't even care about this. Forget it. Yeah, they're still looking for Travis Turner. All right. And Kash Patel, I'll do that part. I don't know if you guys have been following, but he had this really bad like report from inside the FBI and other people, and really just turned into you know, it was really bad. I mean, and the person who wrote it, you know, Miranda Devine, she's kind of a normal person, you know. Damning report labels FBI rudderless ship under Kash Patel with him. And then today I heard Kash Patel on Laura Ingraham sort of admitting to all those different things, but they were for a different reason. And so then it's like, okay. You know, so he didn't even deny the various things. He literally said, yeah, like they said, well, is it true that you use your jet to take your girlfriend on vacations? The FBI jet? He goes, yeah, but I'm required to take the private jet when I go anywhere. So, you know, so if her and I want to go do something, then we have to fly on, you know, I mean, so that kind of made sense, but at the same time, some of the other stuff really didn't.
Full detailed breakdown with direct...
So I actually put this into... This is it right here, though. Look at this. This is a huge... I mean, it's like a ridiculously long 115-page report that the sources reporting and analysis of the Federal Bureau of Investigation under the leadership, and there's everybody in here are anonymous sources that are in the FBI. So, you know, take that, whatever that means, or is that, you know, people have been in there and just don't like Trump anyways, or Cash, etc. But we'll just play. I have a synopsis of it right here. But hey guys, if you're out there, if you could please help support the channel, I'd really appreciate it. We started off the show, there was a few different people, and then it just absolutely zero for the last hour or so. Or however long, not even like almost pretty much like an hour. And I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing. It's crazy.
Full detailed breakdown with direct examples below is an expanded, forensic-style analysis of each of the 10 findings and the notable incidents. 1. Trump Derangement Syndrome, TDS, is alive and well what sources actually reported, multiple agents, sources, and subsources. Stated directly that many FBI agents dislike President Trump openly. One source said she had observed an increasing number of agents who dislike Trump. Another said the number of employees exhibiting TDS, their term, is much more widespread within the FBI. Specific consequences mentioned. A subsource reported that TDS is a major detriment to the FBI's ability to investigate complex crimes. They added agents have lost their ability to think critically and distinguish fact from fiction. Another source reported agents openly make off-color political comments in the office about Trump and his administration. In the international sphere, one subsource said foreign intelligence partners privately expressed fear that the Trump presidency would cause long-term damage to intel cooperation. 2. Demoralization caused by Trump's January 6 pardons. Direct examples from the report. One FBI employee, subsource of Alpha 47, said they were demoralized because Trump pardoned individuals rightfully convicted for J6. This employee said they followed FBI guidelines honorably. They now fear for their family's safety because pardoned individuals or their supporters may target them.
I think that's ludicrous. When you're pardoned, you're going to go target the FBI. That's just so stupid. That's a stupid concern to have.
Another source said agents are upset about lists of FBI personnel who worked J6 cases being compiled for DOJ review. The lists are not yet public. Agents feel vulnerable because they were just following orders and may now be exposed. 3. Politicization of the FBI, left and right. Direct examples. One older agent reported the FBI had become too political and employees had lost objectivity in investigations. Another source confirmed internal conversations frequently revolve around how overly political the FBI had become, especially under Comey and Wray. Television example. One specific field office reportedly had CNN and MSNBC on all the TVs, never Fox News. The reporting source said this created an ideological skew for younger personnel who did not apply trust but verify and took the reporting at face value. 4. Employee morale still trending downward. The report acknowledges one positive source claiming morale is high in their field office due to support for traditional CT criminal work. But most reporting IS negative. Examples include Overall morale is low. Morale is bad, especially for employees with 10+ years. Others called morale terrible. Multiple agents are counting down the time to retirement. One literally has a countdown app on their phone. Why morale is collapsing. Agents feel marginalized, ignored by leadership, unable to contribute due to leadership paralysis, unprotected during controversial political shifts, burned out by ICE-related assignments. Explained later. 5. Culture of fear and paralysis. This is one of the most extensively documented problems in the PDF. Examples. One source described Patel as personable but said, he created a culture of mistrust and uncertainty. Why? Because Patel previously made harsh public criticisms of the FBI before being nominated, and many employees took that personally. Firings example. Patel's firing of multiple HQ and field office managers created a shockwave. Some needed to be fired, but some were just following lawful orders, yet removed anyway. Another source said, FBI leaders are keeping their heads down, afraid to say anything. Another said managers are waiting for Patel to tell them specifically what to do. Agents fear being fired, being reassigned with no explanation, making operational decisions without top cover. One source said employees are on pins and needles and dreading going to work. 6. Lack of experience. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. This section has the strongest and harshest language. From sources. Examples. 2 sources independently said Patel is in over his head. 1 elaborated. Patel lacks deep understanding of FBI investigative intel programs. His A-game is insufficient. Another source said Patel has neither the experience nor the bearing required of an FBI director. Another said Patel may be insecure, not good at remaining calm, not measured in self-confidence. Example, mishandling of the Charlie Kirk assassination evidence. One source criticized Patel for publicly discussing evidence from an ongoing assassination case, claiming this jeopardized investigative integrity. Example, his behavior in a Senate hearing. A source said Patel lost his composure quickly when confronted by critics, which they interpret as insecurity. Deputy Director Bongino. Multiple sources said it was a mistake not to appoint a career FBI agent. One source described Bongino as something of a clown. Another said they cannot believe no onboard FBI special agents were considered for deputy director. Most shocking, quote, multiple employees confirmed that, while visiting a field office, Bongino said, "The truth is for chumps." They reported being shocked, offended, and appalled.
Truth is for
7.
chumps. Who the hell would
Leadership's
say
obsession
that?
with social media. Multiple sources, unprompted, raised this issue. Examples. One said, enough is enough. They need to stop talking, stop posting, and just be professional. Another said employees hear more about FBI operations from social media than from internal channels. Another added that Patel and Bongino should be communicating through classified channels, internal memos, official systems. Instead, many directives bleed through Twitter and public posts. 8. Anger and frustration over orders to assist ICE. This is a major operational issue documented repeatedly. Examples. An ICE briefing was described as incomplete and confusing at best, chaotic at worst. When agents pointed out they had no training in immigration law, FBI management allegedly said, "Let ICE take the lead." On operations requiring pre-approved FBI operational orders, managers said, "Don't worry about ops plans." Safety violations. Example. Agents said they ended up in tactically unsafe positions because ICE uses different, looser raid arrest standards. Parking lot patrols. Example. One source reported, agents are told to meet ICE in parking lots 3 days a week, then drive around looking for illegal immigrants. Warrantless raids, a subsource said. Agents feel demoralized, angry, and frustrated because individuals are being detained without warrants. They fear long-term damage to the FBI's public reputation. National security impact. Multiple sources warn diverting agents from CT/CI will cause cascading national security threats. One asked, if we're not working CT and CI, then who is? 9. DEI eliminated, widely supported by senior agents. Examples. One source said that before Patel, there was an overemphasis on DEI to the exclusion of actual work. Another said DEI groups used their status to shield themselves from work. Some agents felt white males were marginalized by DEI initiatives. Post-DEI removal, many sources said, admin burden is reduced, morale improved among senior agents, training requirements, diminished focus is now on do your effing job instead of sensitivity training. Younger employees reportedly liked DEI because it took time away from actual work. Senior staff stayed silent out of fear of being labeled racist. 10. Mixed opinions about progress on reform. Negative examples. There has not been much progress. Political elements of the FBI have not been removed. Another source said Patel's public claims of reform have little evidence inside the Bureau. Positive examples some see. Improvement in violent crime focus firings of problematic HQEs as positive increased officer safety training, a return to casework. First approach, a minority of sources said reform appears headed in the right direction, though early. Notable incidents with full detail. These are some of the most concrete anecdotal examples in the PDF. 1. Email signature block hypocrisy. Patel ordered all FBI employees to remove pronouns, remove inspirational quotes, use black font, only use a single standardized template, face disciplinary action if non-compliant. But Patel's own signature block reportedly included ninth, interpreted as him branding himself as the ninth FBI director. Agents laughed at what they saw as hypocrisy. 2. Punitive polygraph examinations. After Patel reportedly asked for an FBI-issued firearm, Academy personnel had a group discussion about it. Some agreed, some disagreed. Someone leaked the discussion. Patel learned about it and then ordered polygraph exams of all personnel involved in the discussion. Sources classified this order as punitive. This is specifically cited as creating fear and mistrust. 3. The medium-sized raid jacket incident. This occurred in Utah during the Charlie Kirk assassination investigation. What Patel demanded. Upon landing at Provo Airport, Patel refused to exit the plane unless an FBI raid jacket was brought to him. Agents scrambled to locate one. Details. Only large and XL jackets were available. Patel needed a medium. Agents found a female agent's jacket that fit. Patel inspected it and noticed two patches missing from upper sleeve areas. He then refused to exit the plane until SWAT operators removed patches from their own uniforms and delivered them to be attached to the borrowed jacket. Only then did Patel disembark. This incident circulated widely inside the Bureau and was cited as emblematic of poor priorities, image obsession, leadership, tone deafness.
Yeah. I don't know. That's pretty crazy stuff. Now, Patel had an answer for it. He said, oh, yeah, no, I didn't have a jacket because I rushed over there, and then somebody handed me one, and then somebody handed me a patch. I don't know. Why would somebody just hand you a patch? You know, like, hey, it looks like your coat's a little short of, it just seems, I don't know. What do you guys think? I actually don't think he's that good. I'm sorry. I wish I could sit here and tell you that he's really good, but I remember early on in the Charlie Kirk case when he absolutely, hey, the person involved in the shooting has been caught. It's like, no, that's too early. And then, even though it was fun to watch him in Congress being questioned, he just went off the rails. I mean, just like it said in this document. It's just not really professional. Like the FBI, you kind of have a certain type, and I think he just sucks. I mean, it's weird. And I've never been a fan of Bongino as well. He's too conspiratorial, and now he's like completely, I don't know, man. But see, it'd be hard for Trump to remove them because then it'd be admitting making a mistake, right? I don't know. It's just what do you guys think? I just think he's not very good. Hey, that's maybe no for show. Who knows, man? Who knows? Yeah, but I mean, polygraph tests. Because somebody had a conversation about whether or not he should have a gun, and then you're paranoid. He seems really paranoid, and he really doesn't seem. What was Kash Patel before? He doesn't seem equipped. He doesn't seem like. I don't know, man. He just doesn't seem like an investigator type. At all. He just feels like he's just sort of I don't know. It's hard to even explain it. I want him to, wanted him to be that way. Who knows? Maybe things will turn out. He just started doing it. Maybe in a year or something he'll be different. Yeah, he does look uncomfortable, doesn't he? Eyes are always bugging out, looking all over the place. I think I would be better than he is. Right now. Like, if I went there, I would be better than he is. That's why I'm thinking, man, he sucks. I'm just saying, I mean, I think I would be better because I just think I'd be able to put the things together and know what I can say and what I couldn't say, but I would know exactly what was going on. He doesn't seem like that. He doesn't seem like he knows what's going on. He sort of just kind of... I don't know. I guess we'll see. The conspiracy... I don't have any experience, however, in like... so I'm just being facetious, but I think I would be able to understand the investigation of the case better than he does. All the rest of the crap, I don't have any clue how to do it. Hey, thanks Carol Silva for gifting a membership. Very kind, very kind. Yeah, there's one more there. But hey, if you're out there and you want to help support the channel, you guys, feel free to send in some channel memberships, as it says on the scrolling text there. That would be awesome. Yeah, look at No For Show. Trying to make it happen. I don't know. Oh, look at that. There's No For Show again. Very cool. Now, so what do you guys want to discuss right now? I mean, that's a huge, pretty scathing document there. And Miranda Devine, does anybody not like her? Like I think she's an Australian-born reporter. She's pretty good. She seems to get information. She's had some pretty big reports lately. Sure, I can understand to-be hired candidates being polygraphed, but he was polygraphed. What do you think about this? He polygraphed people because they were talking about whether or not he should have a firearm or not, and they said, "Well, we weren't saying that. Well, let's polygraph." Like just really minor level stuff there. And then also, what do you guys think of the? Like we've been bombing, we've designated Venezuelan terrorists, drug trafficking boats as terrorists, which makes a lot of sense since drugs have killed like 100,000 people a year or something like that. Some huge number of people in the United States. And then they bombed one of the boats. And then apparently, when they bombed the boat, two of the people on the boat sort of ended up clinging to the rest of the boat. And then the person in charge bombed the boat again, and it ended up killing the people clinging to the boat. Who cares? Why is that anything to anybody? If they're terrorists, let me ask you this. If you bombed a boat that Al-Qaeda was on, because the people are part of the problem here, right? They are trafficking drugs. They are part of the problem. If Al-Qaeda was on a boat and you bombed the boat and Al-Qaeda's part of the problem and there was 2 Al-Qaeda members still clinging to the boat, would anybody care at all if it was bombed and you took out the Al-Qaeda people that were clinging to the boat? No, you wouldn't. That's the thing. I would, Gray. I really would. I don't believe you. Hey, where the hell is Wild Bill Wassman? I haven't seen him in a few days. Yeah, well, maybe it's his own fault, though, PK sewed up. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes the way he's been might be something that people there don't like, like a Cuban Missile Crisis. Yeah, I don't know why we're over there right now. Just kind of of all these ships off the coast. I think they're trying to get Maduro to get the hell out of here. You know, he looks a hell of a lot like Saddam Hussein. Have you noticed that? Yeah, I mean, I understand. Why can't we just... You know, you guys want to hear what I really think? Where is that? You know that Dominion machine, whatever it was? Dominion voting machine. Who makes it? I don't know. There was something that I thought I read where it was like Venezuelans could do something with the machine, and it's like he might think that Maduro was behind him not being reelected in 2020, and you know, very similar to there's Wild Bill Wassman. All right, wasn't sure if I just hadn't seen you for a couple days. You know, you're not required to be here, by the way. Spot have a... Yeah. I mean, I wish Kash Patel was really good. You know who I would love to be in there instead? I think everybody will agree. Here we go. Trey Gowdy. It would be incredible. Put him in there as, or you could get some, well, yeah, I think him. Yeah. Because he's been a prosecutor. You need somebody like that. I mean, you could say somebody like Grady Judd, but he'd be more like Attorney General or I don't know, something different. Just he would be good for the DOJ. What do you guys think about that? Trey Gowdy for that. Well, no for show said you're required. So I guess that means you're required. I've been working on something. I've been able to get in the Charlie Kirk case. I had to buy another subscription. You know, I don't know, I'm between a rock and a hard place on YouTube. I'm struggling to get people to watch. No, I wouldn't put Judge Pirro in there at all. I'm kind of shocked that, I mean, she seems to be doing a pretty decent job but Trey Gowdy, you remember him. He was the congressperson. Really, he's been on, hell, I think he used to be on, like, Justice Files. You know, you'd see these old videos with Trey Gowdy, the prosecutor. I think you need somebody with that mentality that's really organized and sharp like that. Yeah, his ears are a little bit funny, but, you know. How do you feel about the Epstein files being kicked down the street? Well, I thought they're releasing them. Like, I just got a whole chunk of documents kind of recently that they put out. I think they put out 40,000 more pages or something like that. So I don't know if they kicked them down the street. You know what I think is the desire to get the Epstein files. It almost feels like that's the only reason some people wanted Trump to be president. It's like, what a ridiculous And it's just caused this huge fracture. What a dumb thing to fracture a political party over. Getting files. But thanks, No for Show. All right, this is what I was up till like 12 in the morning. Stitching, and not really stitching, but attaching each one of the groups together. So look at this. It's pretty cool. This isn't the same thing. This isn't the scan thing that Paramount Tactical did. It's different. It's close, It looks pretty good and everything, like, I mean, when you render it, it doesn't look too bad. It has all these little marks. See how there's like little mesh problems, but it's not terrible or anything. Hey, thanks for gifting a membership, Michelle H. But I thought this would be kind of cool because I could do maybe animations with it, to show like the routes and everything from above, and then it, would disappear into the tunnel over there, then it then pop out right over here, and the whole thing. And then maybe do some of the shot from above, and then maybe from up here you see it coming around, and then you cut down to the camera that would have been right here. It's not the greatest 3D model in the world, but it looks pretty good from high. Like if you're up about like this, that doesn't look too bad, right? Man, what's going on? Are there football games or what? I can't even get a conversation going in here. Just people just staring at the screen. Let's, communicate. Yeah, so I think it'd be kind of cool. I'm going to put like a, yeah, and so the thing is there's all these different, let me just show you. So these different elements. So if I click like right there, oh wait, wow, those are elements? Jeez. Well, I mean, those aren't supposed to be elements. There was 600 individual tiles, and it came in looking like this, but they weren't connected to each other. But I wanted to do something like if you were in here and you made a spline, for example, starting right here at this house maybe, and you kind of work it around like this, and then maybe just kind of create the path. And let's see, is that right on it? Yes, it's way up in the air. See how crazy that is? And that didn't even, it's stupid. It didn't even work at all. Because it wasn't snapped to anything. But hey guys, let's get the, see if you guys can do some more supporting of the channel. We're still only at like 30% of a nightly goal. And we didn't make the nightly goal last night, and today's the second day of the month. And it'd be nice to do something. We're starting off struggling. Wonder if I can do it where I can snap it. Where is this? There's a... Is that it? Oops. Not sure. Where the hell's the snap tool? The snap tool. The snap toggle button. The snap toggle button is a magnetic icon. Yeah, where the hell is that? Used to be right up. Ah, is that it? Yeah, snap toggle. But it used to have like this thing that would pop out, and then you could. Oh wait, right click. There it is. So, how about a face? There you go, like that. So this might work. Texas, Louisiana, Bayou serial killer. I don't know. I mean, is it really a serial killer? There hasn't really been any updates on that, right? It's just kind of... Oh, I need to drink some of this. Wow. I'm completely out of liquid. All my iced tea's gone. Sure, Gray. It's really whiskey. Let me see if it works. Yeah, doesn't seem like it. Yeah, this is stupid. Yeah. Oh wait, maybe it would have worked. Hold on. Face. Line. Oh, there you go. That looks good. Yeah, cool. Look at that. Hey, that might actually work. Alright, let's see what happens. Is it right on the ground? Oh, yes. Look at that. Right on the ground there. Perfect. Alright, now we've got the answer. Missed any previous shows, but did you show us on maps where the crime of the pregnant lady... Yeah, Yep. Yeah, we've gone over all that. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's right over. Wait, right? This one. Yeah, this is where her sister lives. Rebecca lives right there. And her mom lives here. And then I think she was found, you know, they say double, probably right in this area over here somewhere. That's what I think. Yeah, isn't it? It's crazy these days, isn't it, Michelle? It's just so, like, people just like, forget it. And it's just so frustrating. I've been, you know, I try to do shows every single night for everybody and the channel and, you know, just, and all of a sudden, just in the last month and a half after Charlie Kirk, the conspiracy theorist, won the day, people just stopped, supporting the channel. And it's just very frustrating. I think I'm one of the few channels that deserves the actual support from the people watching. I always try to do factual information and discuss it in a responsible way, etc. And I have to, just grind every single day to try to make something happen. And all of a sudden, it's hard to even get 200 people in here, like literally. And nobody has an answer. There's no answers. YouTube just says, well, here's what you gotta. And nothing they say ever does anything. Okay? So I need your guys' support, and I don't know what to do to let you realize that. If you like the fact that this show exists, that's it. I can't magically make something. I mean, even like tonight, we're still not even at a third of the nightly goal. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, let me see what that would look like. I'm going to start right here. So he's walking down the sidewalk. Right there. I'm going to start it right here. I'm going to put it from where I think it was. Right there. Well, thanks, Nofa Show. But see, like tonight, like if you weren't here, we would still be at like barely, like last night was crazy. It was amazing. People just go, yeah, screw it. I'll just watch and, let him spin in the wind. I really don't know what to do. All right. So he keeps walking right there. But thanks, Nofa Show. We are now at like 36%. It's these little trees that stick out that cause a problem. And it's kind of cool because if you just avoid the tree, you can go right under it. Well, I'm right here. I'm right here saying, hey, support the channel, everybody. And then I'll have to do the same thing tomorrow. And then I'll have to do the same thing tomorrow, the next day. And it's just so taxing on my on my mind. It's not fun. I think that's kind of like the goal of all the trolls over all this time, was to create an atmosphere where people, it's sort of like the fake news people who create this belief and then people just disappear, It sucks. As they said, you only do it. Never seen them do a damn thing. Yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean, these people are losers, you know. And those people always show up in the chat. Why were they talking about me, though? Never seen them do a damn thing with their money except try and find Sebastian Rogers. Yeah. I think I bet I know who that is. They didn't try to find anybody, though. They don't even know what they're doing. There. There. Oh, went the wrong way. Oops. I'll just have to move those later. Hey, thanks, Shelly Pink. I think he walked over on the left and then he kind of cut in over here and then he went straight this way. But actually it was right next to the, and then right there, and then down this way, then across that little bridge. Huh. Almost kind of works. Maybe I'll stop it once it gets to the... right there. All right. Look at that, huh? If I get the... grab the Virtus over here. There's another one. Yeah, I can do that. Oh yeah, there it was. Okay. Yeah. So that's the... I think that's where he went in the morning. That's where he walked when he was wearing... when he had the pink shirt on. Right there. So what I could do now is I could put a sphere into the scene. Right there. And then maybe just put that, just put it right there, something like that, and make that, you know, I could even make it, not, it wasn't pink, I mean, it was like maroon color. Kind of like that. And I'll make this like 3,000 long. And then let's see. I'm just trying to remember how to do this. Animation, constraint, let's see, path constraint. There it is. Then boom. All right. Let's see. Is it gonna work? Look at that, huh? There it is. He's walking around. I can make the line invisible. Take that off there. And then look. Let me make that ball. Put the ball higher. I guess what I need to do is move the line a little higher. Let's see. Oops. Don't want to do that. It's going to be world up here. Oh, I've never done this. It works. Alright. Isn't this pretty cool though? Watch. See, that would be, and then you could have a shadow on it. But that's Tyler Robinson, his walk. Right? There he goes. All the way around. Come on, you guys. That's pretty cool, right? That's super chat worthy. Come on. Hey, thanks, Mel Stiller. Yeah, thanks, Saturn. Dreaming of Mercury. Thank you. What do you guys think of that? Not too bad, huh? Which FOIA request? So here's, I'll tell you what's kind of cool about how this works is you can be, let's do it. I'll put a camera in the scene here. Watch. Create. Hey, thanks. No for show. So probably a target camera, and let's see. We're over here. I might even just put it like right. Well, let's put it right there for now. I'm going to turn that snap thing off. So you can put this right on the Tyler Robinson sphere. Basically, it's pretty much like that. And then I think it's this thing, right? Or is it that? Bind. No, that wasn't it. Let's see, 3D. Let's see. Let's see, use a link. Oh yeah, link. Same thing then, right? Up here. Constraint. Link constraint. There we go. Yeah, see that? That's cool. Now look how much better this looks with the camera. Watch. See how it's now following it precisely around. And then even right there, and then it goes around, and then what you probably could do is have another camera also attached to it, and then pick that one up later. Wow, where the hell's the... Yeah, it had a nice little thing to earlier. Oh, there it is right there. No, there you go. Useless. Maybe they should donate their... Yeah, so what I do on this channel is people support the channel every single day. I try to get ad revenue. I'm right now I'm in a really shitty place, you guys. Yeah, you know that video I just put out on Kanika, that made $11. And that whole 3-hour live stream that I put out last night of day 1 of the trial, sped up, made $5. And so all the work that you go to put those out, that's all it makes. And then when you do a live stream and nobody's supporting the channel, you're just out of luck completely. There's absolutely nothing coming in of any sort, and it's just it's a disaster. And I don't have any way to fix it. You know, I don't. And I don't know what 2 months ago, 3 months ago, or yeah, we're getting close to 3 months ago. My channel was doing better than it ever had been. It was like awesome. You know, people were here watching. And then because I didn't do the conspiracy theories and sort of follow along with that, something happened, you know. I don't know. My videos are doing really well. My show was doing well. And then all of a sudden, I'm sitting here and it's not doing well. I mean, look at tonight, like such a struggle, you know, having to ask 1,700 times. And even after that, we're still at like 40% of a goal. We're just not, you know, it sucks having to explain it every night too. I mean, it's like hoping to get through to people, but it's like people just go, yeah, just do the show, Grant. And it's like, I don't want to. I don't want to do 3 hours of shows every single night and have zero support. Okay? It's just not something... People shouldn't be required to do that. It's crazy. What are all these messages? Where are they coming from? Oh, yeah. Let's see. Stick to your morals. Yeah, hopefully it'll get better. But the problem is the time, you know, until it gets better, it's just like it's almost, you know, it's hard to make it, you know, because you have all these bills. I have so many things that I have to pay for and subscriptions and everything. And that's the part where it's like, what do? Cancel all the subscriptions, and then you can't do the same things on the show that you were doing, and then, you know. Right. That is true. People want the gossipy entertainment. And thanks again there, No For Show. We need to have somebody do a challenge tonight. I think that would maybe get us, you know, somehow we could do something. It would maybe do it. I don't know. Let me see if that works. Can you actually do a second camera? Let's see. Cameras, target camera, and then put one, like, let's say right over here. That's not where I meant to put that, but all right, let's see. Camera 2. Why is it? Oh, yeah, it wasn't at the right height. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, look at that. I could just, after it gets over here, then you pick it up with this camera. See that? It's pretty cool, isn't it? And then it goes right through the parking lot and into the tunnel. Come on, you guys. No For Show said, I challenge you pinheads lose. She's just kidding around. Okay. She challenged you guys, though. Come on, let's do the challenge. Well, here's what we need. Somebody to do, like, I'll do 5 gifted channel memberships for 5, if 5 other people do one. That seems to at least somewhat work, you know, in some way. I think that looked pretty good, don't you guys think? Look at that. I mean, so you wouldn't use it right there. You would pick it up basically right here as the camera's coming, right when it makes that turn, you switch over to this camera, and then it picks it up. Now, I could actually, I mean, I'm considering making a person walking there. I think the scale is almost correct in here. Like, I mean, in terms of, like, I think it comes in with the right feet, etc. Hello, Bruce Holdaway. You guys don't think that's pretty cool? I was thinking of putting in the like the sunlight system too. Let's see, I get another one if a hater loser does. All right, so No For Show will gift another membership if just somebody else gifts one. How about that? I think she's just goofing around. I know. the gordita. I remember I had somebody make a joke about it, a Gordita. A comedian. He wrote I think I played it on the show one time. Hey, there's Carol Silva. Thank you. Thanks, No for Show. Anyways, what do you guys think of this? So, like, just using this to make animations to put out there. Because I think it would be kind of neat to have, like, this one over here. Let me put a camera right here. Create camera. Free. Probably a free camera on this one. Oops. Local area. Yeah, look at that. That's the same shot that's in those videos. See, I think even that's good enough where it doesn't look, you know, you can see what's happening. That's right. That's right. That's right. This thing has a problem. See, it's the same quality as Google Earth. That's actually what it uses. But now I can move around inside of it. That's the thing. I think even to understand what's. Yeah, this is the Charlie Kirk assassination, right? Remember the videos that I have? I walked this whole way around like this, and then these are just cameras following him the walk. That's when he's wearing the maroon shirt, and we don't really know where he goes, but I'm pretty sure he went into there, and then that's probably all I'll do in that animation. Is that right? Let me see. I mean, Google Earth is even clearer, but it just is what it is. Yeah, so this is north-south oriented, everything. Right. Let's see if we can get 6. We actually need 16 more channel memberships just to make the minimum goal. Any chance all you freaks combined can try to do that? with the information law enforcement has put, still end up with just, yeah. I mean, I understand the Charlie Kirk case as well as you can possibly understand it, given the information we have. And that's why I know, like, the conspiracy people with all these different, things that they keep coming up with are lunatics, absolute lunatics. You do hear one, no, for sure. You do. That's all there are now, are lulls. I mean, it's just lull city. But thank you. All right, let's just see if can I do it on the fly? Let's see, camera 1. And then we go back to the beginning. So here he is wearing his maroon shirt. Traveling around. And it's neat now because now there's trees and things. So I like that. Going around. I mean, don't all get started on the 16 channel memberships at once, everybody. And here it comes. Coming around this corner. As he was walking on the sidewalk. And then, let's see, I'll switch it when I was at the right spot. Let's see. And then right here, switch to actually this camera right here, right to there, picking it up right where it left off, and now we're on the street where it's picked up on 2 cameras, one right here and the other camera right here, and then we see him kind of go around and then cross over the little bridge down there, and then he goes through the parking lot and then into the tunnel. Oh yeah, no, for show as a challenge. I'm trying to bribe Gray to look into the Miyazawa family murders. About it than most law enforcement. What is it? Holy crap! Look at that! It's Chris O'Connell. Hey, wow. Okay, there you go. There's a shot. There's a chance now. 5 memberships if you just look into it a little bit. Okay. Tonight, you mean? No, for show. Thank you, Chris O'Connell. All right. We're currently at about 70%. Nice. Thanks a lot there, Chris O'Connell. What was the case you're talking about? Miyazawa family murders. What year are these? No, for show. What was your normal name? No, for show. Because all I see now is the @ symbols. What was it before? I mean, I think it's always been that, right? It seems like I've always said that. Okay. All right. How about this? I'll do it, but are you going to send in the 5 memberships today or wait until I cover it in the next 5? I'll just make you the promise, but you have to send me an email with the information, okay? What am I looking at, Bruce Holdaway? What is it? Oh, it happened in 2000? All right. Well, actually, I'll just make a folder really quick. How about that? What was it called? Seems like I've lost it. Oh, there it was. Miyazawa. Oh, that's over. You're in Japan, though, right? Okay. There you go. There you go. I've got the folder. Is it something where there's a lot of information out there? Thank you, and thanks to Chris O'Connell. Very kind. Do you think it would be what? Cairo got a okay, Cairo got a free membership. He's not even here. He hasn't been here. Like, we came in once about 3 months ago. And, let's see. Are they the same family? What do you mean, or? Okay, but do you have to speak Japanese to be able to get information on it, or? Yeah. Yeah, welcome to the dark side. There's no handbook. You just have to... It's just... It doesn't have to be any different. I don't want it to be different for anybody. It's just that you can, you know, remove... You know, if somebody's a troll that shows up, something like that, or makes a disparaging comment, you can get rid of those. It's like Jean Bonnet times 1,000, huh? Okay, cool. I'll look into it. Oh, Alison Galvani got one, huh? Oh, that's interesting, yeah. Weird. I thought, was she ever a member? I don't even remember. I'm glad her case is finally gonna, you know, likely get some resolution. Yeah, it's more like right there. There we go. Yeah, it's better. Oh, I thought she already was one. Well, now if we can get, let's see, 11, 12, 13, 14 more, then I can donate my 5 memberships. And narrated by one of my best friends. Helped him translate it. Oh, so he's already done it. So why would I do it then? If somebody else has already done it. For 8 years. I thought you said it just happened. Oh, wait, what year did you say it was? 2000 or I missed. Oh, there it is, 2000. Yeah, why not just have people watch the pod or listen to it? Who did that? Jean Benet? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. There's so many theories. They're always the same ones you come back to. Hey, was it Burke? Was it the mom must have known because it looks like a woman's writing and blah, blah, blah. It's all the same answer. You know, we all get stuck at the same place. There's never like a resolution. I don't know. Is he the serial killer? Oh, no. He's the guy that got shot. Why would it be? No, it's not that one. He's the prime minister. Yeah. Or whatever you call him over there. Oh. It is Setagaya, too. Let me put that over here. Just so why is it Setagaya? Is that a place? Why is it also called oh, it says the Setagaya family murders refers to the unsolved murders of the Maezawa family. Then why do you call it Setagaya then? I don't get it. Yeah, but I don't have any of the documents or anything. No, for sure. I mean, where did you get them? But anyways, you guys, if we can have one final push, we can at least get to the goal tonight. That'd be awesome. Out of nowhere. Especially the way that it started. I feel like I know of the case. Well, let's just do the 1,000-foot, you know, the Wikipedia version. I know, but why do they call what Setagaya and Maezawa don't sound the same at all? So what would make it that? I don't think so. Let me look at it. It refers to the unsolved murders of the Maezawa family in the Kamiso, Kamiso Shigaya neighborhood of Satagaya, Tokyo, Japan. Oh, is that why? Okay. So Setagaya, they call it that because that's the area. See, when they say Setagaya family murder, that's not accurate. I mean, I guess it'd be like saying the Chicago family murder. All right? So Setagaya is the place, and Maezawa is the name of the family. Okay, now that makes sense. Hey, thanks. No, for show. All right, pretend that that was a challenge, all right? So she said she'd do 5 if... Yeah, let me just see if this is something, you know. I guess that's the house. Pretty clear image there. Wait, are you able to... Oh. refers to the unsolved murders of the Miyazawa family in the, Mikio and Yasuko Miyazawa, their daughter Nina, and their son Ri were murdered during a home invasion by an unknown assailant who then remained in the family house for several hours before disappearing. Japanese police launched a massive investigation that uncovered the killer's DNA and many specific clues about their identity, but the perpetrator has never been identified. That does sound like it'd be pretty interesting. Hey, thanks, Chris O'Connell. Oh, and thank you to Tamsters. Wow, thank you so much. Very cool. Twice. Let's see. Prefer not drowning. You fallen in your asleep in your bed, your bathtub? Let's see. By an unknown assailant, and then remained in the family house for several hours before disappearing. Japanese police launched a massive investigation that uncovered the killer's DNA. Well, why haven't they done genetic genealogy? And many specific clues about their identity, but the perpetrator has never been identified. Maybe people in Japan don't do it. They're not on the genealogy services. I don't know. The media attention and long investigation of the murders became to abolish the statute of limitations for crimes that could merit the death penalty in Japan, which was removed in 2010. At 10:40 a.m. on December 31st, 2000. Or I'll just throw that in my folder too. Let me see if it shows up in here. Just for the hell of it. Wow. Oops, that wasn't... When did this take place? December 31st, 2000. Is that a common name in Japan, Miyazawa? This is from April. Who are the Mikio, Nina, Mikio? So they're not related to these guys. So it's pretty common. Yeah, it sounds sort of... So it happened just before the New Year. Let me look. So this would be... It wouldn't show up in the paper until the next day. So it'll be January 2000. And then it would be the 1st. No. I don't see it. Anyways, I'll look for it some other way. But at 10:40 a.m. on December 31st, 2000, the body of 44-year-old Mikio Miyazawa, 41-year-old Yasuko Miyazawa, and their children, 8-year-old Nina and 6-year-old Ria. It would make you think that the killer, I don't know, they must have, perhaps they knew the person. Because, like, I mean, a 6-year-old, I don't know. People you wouldn't think somebody would kill little kids, because if they didn't know you, they wouldn't be able to really describe you very well or anything like that. Especially in Japan, everybody has dark hair, right? Well, no, not the young kids now. They have orange and, wow, like white hair, but I mean, naturally it'd be black, right? That must make police work really difficult in countries like that are mainly like one race of people, right? Because it'd be like, I don't know. I mean, just picture how that would work. You go, well, what does he look like? Well, he's kind of thin, has dark hair, and is Japanese. Well, yeah, this is Japan, right? I mean, I bet that would make that really difficult. Where over here, there's so many different looks that somebody else would look totally different than somebody else, in the overall description, right? Like, because we can say, oh, yeah, he has like light brown hair. He's, probably weighs 220 pounds, about 6 foot tall, something like that. Yeah. Okay, so anyways, at the house neighborhood in Satagaya in the western suburbs of Tokyo, Mikio, Yasuko, and Nina had been stabbed to death, while Ri had been strangled. Death while, let's see. Okay, so Ri, is that the 6-year-old? 8-year-old Nina? Yeah, so he stabbed everybody but Ri, and then that one was strangled. I wonder if Ri was the target. I mean, it's weird that you would change it up on that one. It's almost like that person was left alive longer than the rest of them, right? Probably stabbed all the other 3 first, and then later strangled. I don't know if that's how it went. I'm just throwing it out there. Investigation of the crime scene by the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department concluded that the family had been murdered on December 30 to 31 at around 11:30 p.m. to 12:05. Okay, so that was right. Midnight, after which the killer stayed in the house for several hours. Takeshi Tushida, the chief of Seijo Police Station, was designated as the person in charge of the investigation at the time until his retirement. The killer seemingly entered through the open window of the second-floor bathroom at the rear of the house, located do you know what the address is of this place? Like, what if let me save this. All right, just get the numbers to round up. If you guys do 2 more gifted memberships, then I'll donate the 5. I got it right here. All right. And this is in Sagaya, something like Setagaya, Japan. or Tokyo. I guess it's an area of Tokyo. Okay, so somewhere in this area. See, look at this crazy thing. I could literally, you know, I could get this model too. Look at that thing. That, that's dense. Well, thanks, No For Show. And thank you, Julie. Very cool, very cool. Thank you, Julie. So where is the, let's see, the Sedagai family murder, and it refers to the unsolved murder in the Kamashigiya neighborhood. So that's another, I knew that I could see that. So what if I put that up here? Does that work, or is that... I don't know, that doesn't really make sense. That Kimishigaya. It says that, is that in the same... Okay, so it says the Kamiso Shigaya neighborhood of the Setagaya Tokyo. So I guess Tokyo is way, you know, over. I guess that is right. Yeah. So Tokyo is huge, right? I mean, there's probably like New York almost, millions and millions and millions of people right over here, and then over here is the Setagaya area, or not right where I just had it, but it was kind of like over here. Yeah, let me just take that out again. And if I went like this, yeah, see, so yeah, that definitely makes sense that it's just right over here. Yeah. So it's in this area here. So I'll put a pin. I think, yeah, we're getting closer to the spot. Don't you know where the spot? You've got to know where the spot is. Wow, you guys are typing up a storm now. What happened? What happened to the one chat every 20 minutes? Okay, if you Google like Miyazawa family murder house in Google and click maps. Oh yeah, on what about if I just did it right here? What would happen? No. Okay. Well, there goes my stomach. I think I got it. That makes it pretty easy. 3, yeah, it's pretty close. Look how close that pin is to the spot. I guess it was at 3 Chrome something. The family was murdered on December, yeah. Did they have Street View on this? Man, this is creepy. Just already, just looking at the... So that's the house then. I mean, they filmed it. I don't know if... which one... Oh, I see. They're right over here. Right? Is that what that little field was? Is it that? That's... That little field seems like that's the house. You know, this one right here. That's the only place that has a little field, but that house shape doesn't look quite right. Like this whole segment right there isn't on there. I mean, that does 3 chrome. That was the address for sure. Kami 3 chrome. Yeah, so it does say, like on Google, just Google, like the AI, for example, just like right here, it said, the Miyazawa family murder house was located in 3 Chrome, Kamishigaya. Now, what is 3 Chrome? Is that the actual address, or is that the street? Now, let me just rotate this around. Oh, that one. That has the right, like another building, but the windows don't match. But that's the only place where there's like a field-ish. Let me see. Do any of the other ones look? No. I don't know. Kind of confusing there. What do you mean, no, the giant park? Yeah. I'll just put a pin here. I'm just not sold yet that that's the spot, but 3 Chrome. Okay, there's that. Miyazawa. No, I spelled it wrong. Miyazawa. I don't know. Can't find that house. I mean, that house doesn't look like... It was photographed in 2011, this one. And it does seem like that this field here is the right one. It even has... Let me just show you. See right here, this edge right there? See that? I mean, you have that. So, 2 different types of... And it sort of looks like that could be what that is. I don't know. And it's really close to that spot. Maybe this picture is wrong and it's a red herring. I don't know. Alright, let's see. Let's just go through it. Investigation. The Kamishigaya neighborhood of the Setagaya in western suburban Tokyo. Investigation of the crime scene by the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department concluded that the family had been murdered on December 30th. Yeah. The killer seemingly entered through the open window of the second floor bathroom at the rear of the house, located immediately adjacent. Let's see. Immediately adjacent to Soshigaya Park. All right. That's important. Is that what that is? That little tiny thing? Oh, over here. Well, it's not immediately adjacent. I mean, what does that mean, immediately adjacent? It looks like it's many homes away. Huh. Yeah, definitely a little harder to look around. Have they destroyed that house? Have they torn it down and built a new one? No, let's just go through it. Okay, so that says located immediately adjacent to Soshigaya Park. Since investigators say the fly screen of the bathroom window, which was found on the ground outside, and footsteps were found in the mud, there is a possibility that he gained access by climbing the fence, climbing up the air conditioning box, and then removing the window screen. The killer used his bare hands to strangle Ree, who was sleeping in the room on the second. Okay, so maybe he just wanted to keep that kid quiet first, and then the rest he, did whatever he did. Let's see, climbing up the air conditioning box and then removing the window screen. The killer used his bare hands to strangle Ree. He's the 6-year-old who was sleeping in the room on the second floor, killing him through asphyxiation. Several reports have said that Mikio rushed up the first floor stairs after he detected the disturbance in Ree's room. I think he was going to probably try to keep it quiet on all of them. Okay, so Mikio is the mother. Wait. Mikio, 41. I think he might be the father then. Oh, wait. 41-year-old. Bodies of 4. Yeah, he's the father. Mikio. And then Yasuko is the... right? I can't tell gender by these names, to be honest. But I would think that the father is 44 and the mother's 41. Mikio rushed up the first stairs after he detected, so it's the father, the disturbance in Ree's room, fighting and injuring the killer until being stabbed in the head with a sashimi boko knife. Jesus. But there's no solid evidence indicating that Mikio detected a disturbance from upstairs when the killer had already or was in the middle of murdering Ree. A police report claimed that part of the sashimi knife's blade broke off inside Mikio's head. That's how they know it. The killer then, I was actually wondering, kind of like the Koberger case, how'd they know that? But there was no solid evidence indicating... Okay, right here. The killer then attacked Yasuko and Nina with the broken knife before using a santoku knife from the house to murder them. In December 2019, it was reported that the handkerchief used to wrap the knife may be similar to those done in the Philippines by communities in Locos and Isabela, which made the TMPD consider sending officers there to investigate the possibility that the suspect was in the country. There are a lot of Filipino sort of house workers in Japan. That's kind of a big deal, So there are a lot of I guess you call them like maids or, whatever the term you might want to use. Well, thank you, No for Show. All right. The killer then attacked, and then down here it says, in December 2009, it was reported that the handkerchief used to wrap the knife. So they must have found that. The killer remained inside the house for 2 to 10 hours. I wonder how they know that part. Using the family computer. Oh, there you go. Using the family computer, consuming 4 bottles of barley tea, melon, and 4 ice creams from the refrigerator, using their toilet and leaving his feces in the toilet without flushing, and treating his injuries using first aid kits and other sanitary products. Several reports have also said he took a nap on the sofa in the second floor living room, but there is no way to verify this. Drawers and papers were ransacked, with some being dumped in the bath and toilet. And some money was taken, although more was left behind. The killer also left numerous items behind in the living area: knife, scarf, hip bag. Wow. Knife, scarf, hip bag, shirt, jacket, and glove. This guy had no concern he would be identified. People know DNA exists in 2000, but they don't know about genetic genealogy. But, man, if he's like Filipino or something, man, that'd be so hard to... Do Japanese people use, like, Ancestry.com? Yeah, well, that's true. They're almost always female. But maybe they were a relative of one of the house help people. And something, who knows what the... I don't know. So he left all this stuff: a knife, scarf, hip bag, whatever that is. Oh, I guess that's sort of like a... I know what that is. Shirt, jacket, hat, gloves, and 2 handkerchiefs. An analysis of Mikio Miyazawa's computer revealed, what did he look for on there? That it had connected to the internet the morning after the murders from 1:18 to 1:23 a.m. And then they thought it happened between at 12:40 a.m. So wow. No, that's when they were found. So they thought at around 1:30 p.m. to 12:05. That's when the killings happened. And then down here, where was that? At 1:18, so like about an hour or something later, he's on the internet. Various news outlets have said the internet was connected again at around 10 a.m. So that means he was there. That's almost, 10 hours. Around the time Yasuko's mother, Haruko, entered the house and discovered the murder. So they might have still been sitting there and heard that and went, whoa, got the hell out of there. Hey, thanks. Love the Sun 100. Are you on Rewind? Anyways, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yasuko's mother accidentally walking into the computer. Okay, that's it. It was Haruko, Yasuko's mother, accidentally waking the computer up. Oh, okay. By knocking the computer mouse with her arm. I see. Haruko entered the house and discovered the murders, but it was reported by Nicholas Obregon that the killer wasn't the one who connected to the internet at 10 a.m. I mean, why would just tapping a mouse connect to the internet, though? Rather, it was Yasuko's mother accidentally waking the computer up. Okay, waking it up. So it was already on an internet page, and just waking it up makes it look like that. Mouse with their arm, and that's actually back in 2000 when the internet sort of new, you know. It's only been around for, at that time, well, I mean, you know, used by people maybe 7 or 8 years, you know. That's so weird. Do you guys remember that? Like, I remember when the internet first came out, I was like, yeah, well, I don't know. It was just sort of like nothing. Now it's just, that's everything. I mean, the internet, right? That's how we do everything. It's crazy. And it's weird, all those .coms that collapsed, but there was the ones like Amazon, they kept going. Yasuko's mother accidentally walking in. Then it said, due to the Yasuko's mother accidentally waking the computer by knocking the computer mouse with her arm due to the shock at the discovery of the crime scene. Yaruko became suspicious after being unable to reach her daughter and visited the house but received no answer after ringing the doorbell. Several reports have said the killer cut the phone lines before he murdered the family. But according to Nicholas Obregon, that did not happen. So who's this Nicholas Obregon guy? No, for sure. Who is that guy? Yeah, I mean, that's what I was thinking. Maybe he had a family member that worked, you know, another... we don't even know what if this is Filipino or what this person is. Yeah. I mean, it's just interesting that they had the knife wrapped in something from the Philippines. And the Philippines, there's a lot of maids. Yes, they're female, but what if there was some perceived treatment, poor treatment of one, and some guy came over to avenge something like that? Who knows, right? That's just completely random speculation with no information at all. Yeah, maybe, but why would he... I don't know, cutting the lines and everything seems like he was really focused in, and he kind of just hung out in there. I'd like to know what he was searching for. What did he do when he was on the internet? What was he looking at when he was on the internet? They have that information. Let's see if we can get 5 more channel memberships, you guys. That would get us to 60. Actually, a couple of them were just regular memberships, but that'd be cool to see that. Maybe it's possible. And then I'm also uploading... Let me start uploading that now. Day number 2 in the... I'll keep reading this, though. $7.18. Sounds about right. Yeah. You have to be crazy to do something like that. Remember James D'Angelo, you know, the Golden State Killer, whatever the hell his name was? That's what he did. he was sitting there eating food and chilling out in the house. I mean, he was nuts. Yeah, let's try it there, Bruce Holloway. Let's do it. We just need 5 channel memberships. Okay, yeah, then it said, oh yeah, what did she say? He created a random file and looked up theater tickets. Well, where is that? Where is that information? He created a random, what do you mean a random file? What does that mean? Oh, is it really? So the grandmother's house is right there. Yeah, it's weird whenever I do the challenges, people go, yeah, forget it. Come on. Haruko became suspicious after being unable to reach her daughter and visited the house, but received no answer after ringing the doorbell. Several reports have said the killer cut the phone lines before he murdered the family, but according to Nicholas Obregon, that did not happen. And who did you say that guy was? Oh, you mean a folder, not a file, a folder, right? Yeah, the James D'Angelo one was, yeah. Police were able to deduce several very specific clues to the perpetrator's identity, but have been unable to produce or apprehend a suspect. It was determined that the killer had eaten string beans and sesame seeds the previous day after analyzing the feces. Right? I was just going to say that. From the killer in the Miyazawa's bathroom, they determined that the clothes and sashimi knife left behind by the killer had been purchased in Kanagawa Prefecture. What is that? Five channel memberships, you guys. You can do it. I know you can. Huh, that doesn't look like the picture. Doesn't really have an address. For some reason, it's not in here, though. I don't know. But see, you're taking away the fun of looking into the case, Snowfish Show. Like everything, you keep typing in all this other stuff that we have no ability to get. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know where you're reading that. I don't know where you're getting it. I mean, this is a pretty long thing here, but yeah, 5 people can do 1 membership each if possible. See what Chris O'Connell said? Yeah, whenever I say that, it seems like people just go, yeah. Yesterday was so bad that I'd like to try to, we can just get 5 more memberships that would sort of offset that slightly, Because I think other than that, we're sort of have a normal type night. Let's see. Let me read that part again. Police have been able to deduce several very specific clues to the perpetrator's identity. Just an area. Yeah. Hey, thanks. No, for sure. No, you don't have to say that. I'm just saying, where do we get this information? No, for sure. Tell me where to get it so that I can look at it, like or you can just come on and tell the whole story and then we can. But for me to look into it, I have to sort of be able to put it together, So where can I get all that stuff? Lori Staggs. Man, I remember that name. They were just gifted a membership. Where do I get it? No, for sure. Is there a repository somewhere? No, Bruce. She told me to look into it, so I'm starting to look into it. But what I'm trying to figure out is, like, she said that she sent all this stuff somewhere, and I don't know where is that for the commoner like myself. Chris O'Connell, thank you. You still there? No, for sure. You gotta tell me where to find it all. Oh, it's all in the newspaper articles and stuff. Start with the faceless. See, that's why I'm saying, why would I go to a pod? It's like you go to a podcast and then they've already done it. Okay, is that the guy? So Nicholas Obergon, he's the guy that was mentioned in here. He did the podcast then, right? Is that what you're saying? That's the only reason, Chris O'Connell? Come on. Anyways, yeah, no, it's pretty interesting. So why don't you, know for sure, why don't you send me an email with stuff? Can you do that? Some place to start. It does sound pretty interesting. Like, and it's got a lot of detailed information. Here, let me give you my email address. Okay. All right. Thanks. I'm just kidding. How do you get access to the Tokyo Police Department? Have you met him before, too? And does he speak English? No, dude, all you have to do is just send me some basic stuff, like the podcast you just mentioned, and maybe a couple of the, articles or whatever you're referring to. Yeah, I think we just need one more channel membership because we'll count the 10 as 2. So we just need one. Although it'd be only 58. Why would it cause you problems? I could just say they came out. Oh, you can send them to me. I can just look at them. Okay, cool. Well, send me everything. I'll just look at it and try to put it together. I won't. You just tell me whatever it is that I can't show or something. You know? Maybe everything. I can't show anything. That'd be really fun, you know? Hey, thanks, No for show. Now you can sleep, Gray. Yeah. Let me just get through this thing, though. Police have been able to deduce several specific clues to the perpetrator's identity, but have been unable to produce or apprehend a suspect. It was determined that the killer had eaten string beans and sesame seeds the previous day after analyzing his fecal matter from the killer in the Miyazawa's bathroom. They determined that the clothes and sashimi knife left behind by the killer had been purchased in Kanagawa Prefecture. Operation Roller was conducted when officers, including those conducting anti-riot and public security duties, were called to assist their colleagues to go around the neighborhood and collect fingerprints from the locals. Police also learned that only 130 units of the killer's shirt were made and sold, but they have also been able to track down 12 of the people who bought the shirts. Wow. Trace amounts of, this is like they did the old gumshoe detective stuff they talk about. Whatever the hell that means. Trace amounts of sand were also found inside the hip bag that perpetrator, and they'll probably be able to tell the location of the beach because of the certain sand type. Let's see. Inside the hip bag that the perpetrator left at the scene, which after analysis determined to come from the Nevada desert. What the hell? More specifically, the area of Edwards Air Force Base in California and a skate park in Japan. The shoes used by the suspect were made in South Korea, but were marketed by British sports shoe company Slazenger. I've seen those for, like, I think soccer shoes or something. There's also a golf ball, I think, named that. It's crazy, huh? On April 9th, 2001, what the hell were they doing inside the hip bag? And isn't that wild that they have that ability to tell you where sand is from? On April 9th, 2001, a Jizo statue was placed at the Senegawa River, which was located west of the Miyazawa residence. It was placed there on the 100th day after the incident, with reports saying the theory suggesting that someone who was involved in the incident may have placed it there. Yeah. This little river, is that a river or is that a train? What is this right there? I guess that's it. So it's just like over here. In December of 2013, 3D printing was used. Wow, they've had it that long. Was used to create a model of the Miyazawa's residence for investigations. On December 17, 2021, the TMPD reported that new technology allowed them to visually identify a suspect who purchased a knife which was the same weapon used by the suspect. However, the said person's DNA did not match the suspect's. So it didn't work. Allowed them to visually identify a suspect who purchased a knife. You can't, how would you be able to do that? That's ridiculous. In 2000, somebody purchased a knife, and because they said, well, he sort of looked like this or something, and then you have a software, that's bullshit. That's quackery stuff right there. That doesn't even make any sense. Let's see. So, okay, and then down here, investigators found the killer's DNA. Why haven't they done, they obviously have tried forensic genetic genealogy, right? I mean, investigators found the killer's DNA and fingerprints throughout the house, but none matched their database, indicating they do not have a criminal record. Maybe this is like a serial killer-like person, Physically, the killer is believed to be around 170 centimeters tall. So that's less than like 5'6", or 5'7"-ish. It's 5.57 feet. So I'd say about 5'7". Let's see if I put 5 foot, 5'7" in centimeters. 170. Yeah, it's almost exactly. Pretty good guess, huh? And then and a thin build. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, most Japanese people are thin. Their natural hair is almost always black. And so it must be really difficult. But these days, a lot of the young kids and other people have, like, their hair can be orange, yellow. I mean, they do all kinds of stuff. So you'd have to find somebody that stood out. If you didn't, it'd be really difficult to find a distinguishing characteristic that somebody could notice, Well, phenotyping, it would be an Asian person, right? I mean, the thing is, they would, phenotyping, it's sort of useless in a country like that, where 95% of the people there are literally Japanese. I mean, I don't know if that's the number, but there's not a huge variance. At the time of the murders, the police estimate the killer was born between 1965 and 1985. So they thought he was 35 to 45. 15 to 35 years old. Nah, that's... Oh, yeah, 85. Yes, that would make him 15. Huh. At the time of the incident. Due to the physically required for entering the Miyazawa house and committing the murders, the first initial guess of the killer's age was 15 to 40 years old. In 2018, it's kind of, you'd think at this point we'd be able to tell somebody's age by DNA or like a blood sample You know, there must be something that degrades at a certain rate. The TMPD released new information that they had revised the killer's age down to 15 to 22 years old. Wow. The Miyazawa's wounds indicate that the killer is likely to be right-handed. The killer's blood was found during an analysis of the murder scene that revealed traces of type A blood, which would not have belonged to the Miyazawa family. The DNA analysis of the type A blood determined the killer is male and possibly mixed race. See, that would be the Filipino situation. I mean, Filipinos are generally like Chinese and Spanish. I mean, it's pretty interesting. And actually Tagalog has a lot of Spanish words in it. Let's see, what's that one? I try to learn words every once in a while. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Well, I could see how it not be solved. It's kind of like Rex Huerman, right? You got this killer who's killing all these people, but then you're in a city like New York with so many people around, and they just sort of, you know, you're not getting caught. I mean, I'm not even sure, like, you're talking, this is 25 years ago. I mean, are they still actively, like, I mean, it sounds like they're still, 2021, they're still doing stuff. And, the killer's blood was found during an analysis of the murder scene that revealed traces of type A blood, which would not have belonged to the Miyazawa family. Says possibly mixed race and maternal DNA indicating a mother of European descent. So that might be Spanish. Possibly from South European country near the Mediterranean. Interesting. Or Adriatic Sea, and paternal DNA. So they've obviously done East Asian descent. So, here, let's see. So this guy this is not a native Japanese, like a Japanese, ethnic Japanese person. So it's China. Well, I guess Japan is part of East. They say it's East Asia. I don't know, though. China, though, Taiwan, North Korea, Hong Kong, Singapore, South Korea. Those are all East Asian. It says in here. East Asian countries include China and Japan. So I guess that would be that. But what about the other portion? South European country. Yeah, so Spain is one of those. So, like I said before, let's see. Okay, so Filipino ethnicity is not made up of a single country, but rather the diverse people of the Philippines whose primary genetic ancestry is Austronesian, related to groups from Taiwan, Southeast Asia, so that includes China, while the majority okay. Then it says down here, there are also significant contributions from other groups due to the centuries of trade migration and colonization, including a notable influence from Chinese, Spanish, and American ancestry. So isn't it interesting that you've got Chinese and Spanish, and then you had East Asian and Southern Europe, which are those two, right? And that's Filipino. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? That's pretty crazy. You know? I mean, that's just a possibility. I would think the fact that it's a mixed race is likely not a Japanese. I mean, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but aren't the people in Japan mostly always about like marrying somebody else who's Japanese? Because I know I know it's like that in Korea. I know it's like that in. I'm pretty sure it's like that in Japan. They want you to marry somebody else who's Japanese, so it's not really common to have somebody. I mean, wouldn't it be interesting if this kid is actually related, and he's sort of the child of somebody, the person he killed. Maybe the father had an affair with somebody, and he's the child of that person. I mean, so you have to come up with something like that, because it sounds like there's so much rage, and he picked this house intentionally. You know, is there something like? Is there a possibility of that? Yeah, but aren't most Japanese people sort of, their families almost insist that they marry, you know, or, you know, procreate with another Japanese person in Japan? I know it's not all like that, but it's like, I think it's a majority of the people. Yeah, we've already shown those, Bruce. You missed it. You have to rewind it. I'll try to find the house here in a minute. Again, I just want to finish reading this. Oh, I didn't see you type that in. Well, cool. There you go. See, a couple people thought the same thing. I only disregard the Filipino argument because airbase connection. Edwards Base in Nevada has a close connection to the airbase near the family's home. Half European, half Japanese sticks. I don't know. It's hard to say. Right. Well, East. You're not. Well, it's not. It's not just European. It's. It says possibly from South European countries near the Mediterranean. Right, but see, that would be the father could have been with that person and then had a child, and then years later, because if you think about it, if they think this person is 15 to 22 and the dad is and the father in this case who got killed is 45, then maybe when he was younger. I mean, have they ever looked into, I mean, obviously they have, but like the father, what his background is, was he ever in the military? Did he, you know, like what was he doing? And I bet you if he did do something like that, it would be something he wouldn't tell anybody. But maybe the mother of, let's see, I guess it would be like, oh yeah, that's right, you're saying the mother. So the mother would have to be, well no, but he would just be, well yeah, how would that work? So if the mother is the person, let me just think about that. I know, but you can't just pick and choose which article you want to sort of fit a story, you know what I mean? Because when you say an article that has more specific European connection, but then there's another article that says this, and then we just sort of pick the one that, you know. Maybe you should get your friend to update this Wikipedia. Yeah, so it can't be the mother. So it would just be the father that had an affair with an unknown lady that we don't know. And then somehow that person let them know who the father was. And then, maybe this person didn't have the greatest life and then went over there and exacted revenge and took out the entire family. It's about kind of the only thing that really sort of makes sense. I mean, other than that, it's just a psycho killer. Obviously, that's what the person is anyways. But it almost seems like they went in there and lived in the house for a while and just did a little bit of, what do you call it? Just sort of live their life for a few hours. Yeah, of course. That's what they always say about stabbing. Very personal. It is considered possible that the European maternal DNA comes from a distant ancestor from the mother's line rather than a fully European mother. Jeez, give this shit to Colleen Fitzpatrick. She'd probably be able to get this dialed in. You guys, this is nuts. Analysis of the Y chromosome. And see, that's exactly what Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick is an expert at. I wonder if she's actually... I'm going to have to call her up. I wouldn't be shocked at all if she's done work on something like this. This is what she does. And world stuff. Okay, cool. Yeah, just send me all that stuff. No, for show. Yeah. Maybe just when you say something like that, just say, yeah, there's a more recent updated genetic article that, he wanted to indulge in the life. Yeah, just for those few little bit, They took all incoming fingerprints of non-Japanese nationals. His fingerprints have never been... Right. So how did he get... So that would mean he's a native there then. Or he snuck in, Don't they have illegal immigration like we do? Where you can just figure out a way to get in without doing all that. I mean, I guess if he came on a plane, right? The military plane. Maybe he was an actual... What if he's a military... Well, I guess another, just throwing out different theories. Like he's just a regular soldier in the U.S. military who went to one of the bases in Japan that we have and committed this. A psycho, I mean, isn't that a decent possibility? And he's an Asian military person. And he goes to a base. Right, he's on the base in Nevada, right? So, and then he flew over. You said it had a connection to the air base in that area. So let's say they come over and, because we do have a base in Japan. So there's all kinds of stuff. So maybe you can even combine the two theories. Like that's, he wanted to get over there. It is considered possible that the European maternal DNA comes from a distant ancestor from the mother's line rather than a fully European mother. Analysis of the Y chromosome showed the haplogroup 0M122, a common haplogroup distributed in East Asian peoples, appearing in 1 in 4 of Koreans, 1 in 10 Chinese, and 1 in 13 Japanese. On July of 2025, further news reports from Japan indicate the mother's ancestry is in the Caucasus region. Wow. So they've really started to keep narrowing this down. Is a region spanning Eastern Europe and Western Asia. It's situated between the Black Sea and Caspian Sea, comprising parts of southern Russia, Georgia, Armenia. So that's different than I think what they were saying earlier. Southern Russia, Georgia, Armenia. So that makes it sound less Filipino, you know. Makes it seem like it's just some an American, a mutt, you know. We just, you know, anytime we go get our DNA and we throw it into these services, it comes back with shit like this, right? Yeah, we don't even know. It's just all the same. It's just mountains, including the. See, it doesn't help to go, oh, they're from these regions. It doesn't mean anything. It just means that that's where that person's ancestry was from, the mother, right? It doesn't have anything to do with, like, they weren't born there or anything. It's just like any one of us, when we upload to 23andMe, it'll say something just like that. Even though I've never been there. You know, it's just that's what it says. Let's see, the Caucasus Mountains, including the Greater Caucasus Range, have... Yeah, I don't really want to keep going over that. Let me go back to this. So these results brought the TMPD to seek assistance through the International Criminal Police Organization, as the killer may not be Japanese. Right. There you go. Or present in Japan. The investigation into the murders is among the largest in Japanese history, involving over 246,144 investigators. Wow. Who've collected over 12,545 pieces of evidence. All evidence related to the case remains in custody as of December 2021. There is still a 20 million yen. How much money is that? $128,000. Is that what that is? Yeah. In 2015, it was reported that 40 officers were assigned to the case full-time. In 2019, it was reported that 35 officers are still assigned to the case. Every year, the TMPD makes a pilgrimage to the house for memorial ceremonies. In 2015, an Erie older sister of Yasuko Miyazawa filed a complaint to the Broadcast and Human Rights and other related rights committee of the Broadcasting Ethics and Program Improvement Organization after she claimed that the TV Asahi documentary aired in 2014 misrepresented her after a TV Asahi reporter and ex-FBI agent used profiling to back a theory that the killer murdered the Miyazawas out of resentment. It's possible, right? In 2019, the TMPD announced that the Miyazawa house will be torn down because of its age and risk of collapsing, with the interior already showing signs of deterioration. Hey, no for show. Send me an email, though, with the podcast and everything. First, and then send me the other stuff. Oh, you go to the house? Well, where is it then? If you know where the house is, where is it right here on this map? Hey, no for show. Where is it on here? Okay? Tell me where the house is in this picture. No, tell me where it is. You said you've been there before. So there's the park, but that 3 chrome thing put us right over here. So you're gonna have to help out a little bit. Come on! If you've been there, you gotta jump in and... I gotta admit though, this is pretty interesting. That's the house there for you, Bruce Holdaway. Oh, you probably took a... What do you mean it's not in the picture? Isn't this the house right here? All right, let's you know, we're having one of those massive lulls, you guys. We still, if we get 2 more memberships, we'll have hit 60. We never got those. All right, right here. Is this the house right here? No, for sure. Is this it? Just type in yes or no. Because this is the one that was in Wikipedia. I don't know, it mentioned sister. Or she mentioned sister. Oh, wait, no, I just read about it, right? I guess, who's it a sister of, though? Is this the one right here, faceless, right there? A deep dive in the written and presented. Okay. The an eerie older sister of Yasuko. So that must be the older sister of, I think, the mother. Filed a complaint. Okay, but is this it right here? Right here, is this it? The one we're looking at. This is the picture in Wikipedia right there. You're saying the backyard is literally the park. Okay, I guess, you know. Let's see if I can find it. I don't know, man. I don't buy it. There's a road and everything. And this has this huge... I don't know, that could just be an optical illusion. Like, this could be 5 feet from there. Doesn't have to be a big... The back one. The backbone? I mean, that's the park, right? I mean, you've been there, so you know where it is, right? I mean, that one was catching my eye, but it's just... No, we don't need... I hate that phrase, boots on the ground. Jeez, can't stand it. Let's see. That always reminds me of specific people. How come you can't tell me where it is on here? I mean, the park's right there. It's little. And you said it's backed up next to it. So that means it has to be And this is where it's saying 3 chrome. You're saying it's next to the park. So where is it? Okay, but you're saying it backs up. Okay, let me just ask you something, though. Can you answer this and just focus on what I'm doing? So right here, where it says... I don't know if there's any... I mean, the MO of this one's nuts. I mean, if there was another one, I'm sure other people would have already found it. So, looking at this, here's the park. Are you saying it has to be one of these homes right along this edge right here, right? Is that what you're saying? Or could it also be over here, too? So it's not over here, though, right? See how I'm pointing up here? It's not over there, right? Hello? Yeah. The skate park. No. I see tennis courts. I don't see... Is that what this is? Yeah, you could just go over there and find it and tell us where it is, since you've been there. I mean, I doubt that this is the shot, though, right? You say that's behind the house. Okay, I'm zoomed out. I don't see the skate park. Over here, maybe? Oh, right there. Yeah, there's a skate park over here. Yeah. Okay. There's a skate park. I see the skate park. Right there. What do you want me to do next? Yeah, there's a baseball field, yeah. There's the baseball field. Just tell me where it is. Or send me the image you've got. To the right of the baseball field. So over here somewhere? Over on this side or over here? Oh man, Jesus, this should be really easy. Look, I'm just going to leave it still right here. You just tell me where it is in the picture, because now it's not even close to the original spot that we were told, plus the you know, that location. It wasn't there. Okay, I'm still here. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any other crimes, Chris, with the same thing. That'd be crazy. Jeez. Look at this blur. Well, if it's blurred out on Google, just show me where it is. I've got it here. It's not blurred out. Just tell me where the blurred spot is. You said it's by the baseball field. Yeah, send me the picture. I know how to look at it. Yeah, just hurry up and email it to me, like within the next 10 seconds. Oh man, Lisa, man, you gotta go back and watch. Just rewind it about an hour. Yeah, the skate park's over here. Okay, so just send me the picture. Ah, there it is. I think. Is that it? Right there? I mean, there is another little... I don't know if that's it. It has the exact same shape, but it's also... I don't know if that's it. Is that it right there? I mean, it has the right, you know, sort of building and then another building. But I don't see the trees. I mean, maybe those are the trees right there. I don't know. We'll see. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh, weird. That doesn't even look like the... Hold on. That's the skate park. Huh? It's kind of like a house by itself. Weird. so weird. Are you sure that's the skate park? Are you positive about that? Maybe it's that stair. No. I'm gonna go different. I'm not gonna use that. I'm gonna go, let's see, 2000. Is that it right there? That house? Yeah, right there. There you go. This one. Jeez. It's like part of the skate park. I mean, that address they gave is garbage. That's it right there, right? Yeah, that's it. And then that's crazy. Jesus, right there. And so, yeah, that's nowhere near where they, this pin over here. 3 chrome, it's not even, nothing, no, not even close. So that's the house right here. Right on the skating area. Except where in the hell is that other? Oh yeah, that's back here. Yeah, so it's interesting. So look, see this picture right there? That's this one. I think. Yeah, I mean, look at the windows are the same. But man, look at the foliage is so different. The tree's good. That one. That one's right there. And then this tree here is probably this one. Wow. Yeah, we're just trying to, we just got it though. Thanks for sending that. What she sent me was this picture. Right here. That one. And this shows I mean, look how less dense this is right here. So which one of these portions of the house was theirs? Was it this one on the left or the one on the right there? Well, we don't know because we don't know what the bathroom window is. Yeah, but is it this one right here on the left or the one on the right? That's weird. This guy must have been rich. Because he kind of had his own isolated house. That's usually you're a little bit more well off, I would think. Unless it was sort of grandfathered in or something. But we don't know what the house is. We don't know what the mother's house is. The house next to it's the mother's house. Yeah, we don't know which house is the one. So I'm just trying to get you to answer. In this shot right here, which portion of this house right here is the one that the family lived in that was killed? The one on the left or the one on the right? I can tell these are two different homes here. Oh boy, you're way behind though for sure. You gotta speed up. I think you're like 5 minutes behind audio. All right. Well, anyways, maybe tomorrow we'll get it figured out. But I think that's gonna do it for me tonight, you guys. I've been spinning my wheels for a little bit here, so we're just gonna call it a night. But thanks for the cool story. Maybe you can send me that information you were talking about. Richard Watts, Common Sense, Tracy Ontak, and Michelle H. And then there was like an hour where we were just dead as a doornail. Then Sheila became a new member. And then No For Show showed up. Has Yen in there. No For Show gifted a membership. Then gifted 5. Then Suzanne Marcella, new member. Then Carol Silva gifted 1. And then No For Show, 12 months membership. And then also gifted another one. Then Wild Bill Wassman gifted 1. And then No For Show, super chat. And then Michelle H gifted 1. And then No For Show again. And then No For Show again. And then Shelly Pink, and then Saturn Dreaming of Mercury, then No For Show again, No For Show again, No For Show again, and then Carol Silva gifted a membership, then No For Show again, and then No For Show, then Chris O'Connell showed up with gifted 10, and then No For Show did 5, and then she did another 5, and then Chris O'Connell did 5, and then Hamsters did 5, and then No For Show did another 5, and then Julie Martin gifted 1, and then I gifted 5, and then No For Show, Love the Sun, 100, and No For Show again, and No For Show gifted a membership, and Chris O'Connell gifted 1, and No For Show. So, thanks everybody for all the memberships, and special thanks to No For Show, and well, everybody really. I mean, it's all, it's like No For Show and Chris O'Connell and many other people supported the channel. We had Tamsters did 5 as well, and yeah, very kind, very kind. Thanks. We made a normal sort of night tonight. Amazing. After that start. Do you guys remember the start tonight? But it was just, it feels lucky when it isn't like, what do you call it? Like democratic. When it's like 2 or 3 people that make up the whole show that make it so we made it. It makes it feel like it's not doable, like something you can do again the next day. You know what I mean? It's like it used to be where we'd have like 60 different people, 5, 10, whatever the hell it is, and then it'd be awesome, But now it's like, man, you just hope to God that maybe somebody shows up. And when you're, the reason we do this on here is because I think I could make just sort of an amount to survive. Just, like I don't know, it might even be hard, to be honest with you. But, like this channel's donated $272,000 in 6 years. And that's kind of like what we do here. We have the DNA fund, we have a scholarship fund, it's part of, this channel makes a difference. We put out the factual information in cases, and we make a difference outside. And yet you look over there and we have 116 people. All 116 awesome people, other than the idiot trolls that are watching. But, it's just crazy that YouTube doesn't send out, notifications for some reason on my channel. It's been like that for a long time. I can't figure it out. Yeah, but you're never watching again. All right, well, thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. And make sure to send me the information on that. Okay, No For Show. We'll see. We'll see tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. Well, also, I don't want it to be where, Chris, like you and, Lisa Belson, etc., like, it's just, I think it's like too much of a burden on a couple of people. And yet I really appreciate it, because there's nights where I'm just like, 2 nights in a row, basically, this month. I would say in these last 2 nights, other than 2 or 3 people, we would be in, like the channel on Super Chats, etc. would have brought in maybe $80 or something. You know, and that's sort of like, yeah, jeez, that's tough, you know. But, you know, it is what it is. Maybe one of these days we'll hit lightning in a bottle again. I don't know. You know, I don't know. I think there's just not really, basically right now, there's no case that everybody's like, okay, man, this is crazy. Like this case right here, if this was new, it would be huge. The one that we were just talking about. But there's not really a case right now. So what's happening is the people that are the conspiracy theorists, they just kind of have their own following of people, where my general audience are people that, you know, want to work through cases and figure stuff out, not come up and invent things, you know. Yeah, remember that? It used to be like that. Yeah, we'd just be doing the show and, you know. It's when you have like an hour where nobody even sends in $1. That's just so demoralizing. I don't think you guys really understand. Imagine having a food cart or something and you're just sitting there and you're making food and everybody's eating it. And at the end of the day, you know, I mean, it's different too, because when it's a food cart, people are expected to do something. But like you could say a waiter that waited on a table, all the tables, the whole night, and not one person, you know, in an hour of it, tipped $1. You know, that's why it's sort of demoralizing. Because when you're doing live streams, you rely on the tips from people. That's it. You know, that there isn't any other option. But I don't know if that's a great analogy or not, but it sort of feels like it. Yeah, if it was today, that'd be a huge case for sure. Hey, good night. No, for show. Make sure to. It's probably pretty early over there, isn't it? It's probably like 4 p.m. or something. Tomorrow, though, right? No, wait. What is it? Is it tomorrow? I think it is tomorrow. Anyways, thanks everybody. Appreciate everybody who could support the channel, even if you didn't, hit that like button, etc. We've only got 97 likes. Isn't that ridiculous too? You know, it's a pretty interesting show, I think. And yet you just can't even get more than 97 likes. Hey, look at that. Zozo with $1 holler. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, tonight we got to the goal, etc. It's just, I think, yeah, remember that? The old $1 holler. That used to... You know, I can't get a hold of Alley Cake, you guys. You know? I'm kind of sort of frustrated because I'm pretty sure I found the right phone number. And the husband or whatever seems to be sort of hiding something. You know, like he's not really... Like, why would you know, you could at least respond to a text message. I explained exactly who I was, and she was a moderator, you know, or is a moderator. And then he was like, you know, something like, he just didn't respond. And then I called, and then the phone rang like 5 times, and then went click. And then I tried calling again, and it went straight to sort of an automated system message, almost like he turned off his phone or put it, you know, some other, or blocked my number or something. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. It is suspicious. It's weird, you know? Yeah, yeah. I mean, Alley Cake was just always so Yeah, she'd always email me thinking she goes, Gray, I'm sorry, I think I deleted some, you know. Like, hey, I said alley cake. Many times I'd email her and say, you don't ever have to worry about anything. You're one of the best mods. You're always so nice to everybody. You don't need to ever email me. But then she'd email me again thinking she did something wrong. And I'm like, hey, you don't need to, I just always would tell her, you just don't have to, don't worry. Okay. And then, like, there'd be days where we'd have these massive lulls, and then there's alley cake. She'd send a $5, and it's like, it's something, it's like an encouraging moment, But anyways, I don't know where, I have no idea. I just sent her a notebook too. And she probably got it, I would think. I just hope she kind of pops in again one of these days. Yeah, me too. All right. Well, hey, thanks for the dollar holler there. And also, I wanted to say thanks to, hold on. It was yesterday to Your Gypsy and Calvin M on PayPal. I think I forgot to say thanks. Oh, cool. You got it? All right. It's hard to write on those. Because when you're writing, you got like your sort of, let's see. So when you're writing, you got this little thing in the middle here. What do you call that? So you're writing and your hand can't be resting. I don't know. It doesn't work. So you kind of have to hold it up in the air and draw. It's kind of messed up. Yeah, you got to try that one of these times. I like the gifted memberships a lot too, though. Those are good. Yeah, not one person. See, that's what I'm saying, Zozo. The old wave days are, people just don't do them. I think it's just like different people. I don't know. It was kind of neat during the Charlie Kirk was all these old freaks came back for a while. Like Brown Eyed Girl. Like, man, I hadn't seen her for a year, and then she showed up. And then she just disappeared again. And then, just people. It was kind of neat. Made me feel good. Yeah. Yeah, the dollar holler is good. It looks sort of like during the lull times, That's so weird. Like this picture here, you can tell it's at night. And this one, like I know it's from the other side over there, but it's just kind of, it's actually on that side. Yeah, right. It was the back side. And that's interesting too. This little ground there, where is that? Is it like, it should be right in there, but they've obviously, it looks different now. I think that was probably back then. Hey, look at that. Chris O'Connell did a dollar holler. I don't know. My dad's memory isn't very good now either, They just, I don't know. They should have went on to assisted living, and they didn't do it. They were on it, and then they took themselves. You know what's ridiculous about that? If they were on assisted living, it would be free to be there because insurance would have kicked in. But my dad was like, I don't want to be, and so it's $9,000 a month. It's like, yeah, what the hell are you doing, man? They didn't like that people would come in and give them medicine and stuff. And it's like, well, you kind of need it, you know. And then so remember before when they were supposed to give up the keys? My dad gave up the car keys when he was really struggling. And he was like, you guys do everything. Gave up the car keys. And then I had the car keys just over here at my house. And then he calls up and goes, hey, Gray, I need my car keys. And I go, well, you shouldn't be driving, Dad. And he goes, and then eventually he goes, give me my effing, he got really angry. Keys. So I brought him over his keys, everybody, nobody else was helping. Nobody else was answering. And I didn't want to give them to him. And so I brought him over there. And what happens? Like a week later, he gets in a little accident. It's like, jeez, it's so obvious. And then he bought another car, for God's sakes. And they've been driving around, and then he just gave the keys to my brother yesterday, or 2 days ago. And then the next day he calls me up, where's my keys? I go, Dad, you just talked to my brother about how you were giving up your keys because you shouldn't be driving. I don't know. It's just really frustrating. Yes. Yeah. Anyways, thanks everybody. Really appreciate it. Again, thanks Chris O'Connell and Know for Show for the getting us to where we actually made the goal tonight. That was pretty cool. And the rest of you kicking in to make it a decent night, like we literally had one of our sort of normal ones. Yeah. So, anyways, thanks everybody. And great idea there, No for Show. Very cool. That's a really pretty amazing story. It's weird that we haven't heard of that before. I have Gray. I know one of you. I know Chris O'Connell had heard of it. But I've never heard of it. I thought it was pretty cool. Hopefully she sends me the stuff. Yeah, but I just want the dollar holler to be sort of when we have in the lull time frames. Like when you guys gift the memberships, that really gets the numbers up. And if you just did it, when there's like, just technically, like if 10 people did $1.99, well, that's $19.99. And that's good to, during the lull periods, but that's not even the same as 5 memberships. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't think I've ever done this one. I don't think I have. Yeah, there's cases that are... I don't know. No, I'm pretty sure I've never done this one. Yeah, this is... Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that was nothing in there seemed familiar. I mean, there's elements that seem familiar. I mean, that's one of the things, like, sometimes when, it's really weird how the psyche on the channels work, It's hard for me to explain it. Well, they take the same dollar amount, but what you hope from the membership gifting is that some of them will stay and become a paying channel. Like, let's say out of 100 gifted memberships, if 10 of them stay, that's kind of cool, right? Like, at least some stayed and want to, keep being a paying member on the channel. I got to get back to, I got to do the thing where I should have shifted over to members only when we started going over this case right here. That's what I should have done. But anyways, thanks everybody. We'll see you guys later. Hope everybody's doing well. And thanks for hanging out and going over that last case of albeit it was on Wikipedia, but that seemed like a pretty good way just to kind of figure out what it's about. All right. So thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you guys later. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Man, that's 4 hours and 6 minutes. Whew. Boom. That's a long time.
Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, thug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector, fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a specter with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temple fucking check ya. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya.
I'm uploading it here in a minute.
The true offender. Yeah,
I'm uploading
so let's get right back to work.
The Trial of Brian Walsh. Oh, I left out the E on his name on the last one. That was kind of stupid. I thought I just typed so fast. I think, oh, I'm typing this perfectly, and I leave out letters. It's stupid. Yeah, so the Trial of Brian Walsh, Day 2, coming up here in just a moment, you guys. So if you want to watch that. It's actually like almost 4 hours long, 3 hours and some odd minutes, because when I slowed it down, the voice, I think I have to do that differently, but the voice got messed, the lip sync was off by like 20 seconds. It sucked. So, yeah, there you go. Anyways, it'll be like, just wait about 5 minutes. It should be going. All right. Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate it. Have a good evening.